topic that is not unique to Virginia Beach. It's actually occurring across the entire country, and that's addressing screen time. Again, we'll provide you with data by Mr. Den and again, Dr. Goldberg on screen time usage in Virginia Beach City Public Schools. We'll have a more nuanced conversation about what does screen time actually show with the data using an activity that you actually participated in a few weeks ago. Then we'll move into the school calendar. Each year, a committee is formed to develop the calendar for the following year. In this case, over the last couple of years, we've done a 2-year calendar. But there's been lots of discussions around the calendar and that occur every year. But this past year, when we had an inclement weather day and didn't have the ability to make up the 180th day, we had to look at adding minutes to the day, which really began the conversation about is our calendar as effective as it can be. And so to ensure that when the calendar committee meets in the fall, they have the will and expectations of the board, we're going to engage the board in an activity to help us develop the parameters for the development of the next 2 calendars. And then we come back after lunch, we're going to actually split the board into a couple of groups and allow you to go through and create via a simulation what a school calendar could look like in the following year, recognizing that the board has a policy around the creation of a school calendar that delegates that duty to a committee. So it's more of a simulation, but it's a great activity for the board to see how challenging it is based upon the parameters that are provided. And again, those parameters are developed by the board in creating a school calendar that best meets the needs of students. Then we'll finish with policy 374, which is the naming of school buildings, as you know, with the consolidation of the tri-campus and the future closure of Williams Elementary School. The board has had a full commitment, unanimous commitment to ensure that the name Betty F. Williams is still used in some manner in the consolidation. That's what we'll finish up with today, and I look forward to lots of conversation, and I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I introduce our first presentation, I just want to remind everyone while we're here at the annex, if you push the button on the right, that'll signal to me that you are in line, and your mic will be on that point, so just be mindful of that. All right, and our first presentation is our AI update, and we welcome Dr. Ryan Goldberg, Director of Instructional Technology.
Good morning, Chairwoman Brown, Vice Chair Weems, Dr. Robertson, and school board members. My name is Ryan Goldberg, and I serve as our Division's Director of Instructional Technology for the Department of Teaching and Learning. We're excited to be here today as part of the retreat to build off the work that we did at our most recent simulation and dive a little deeper into AI. Our session with you today has 4 main areas. We're going to start by debriefing our June simulation together, and then walk through what AI implementation looked like across the division this past school year. Embedded into each section, we will provide a leveled breakdown of what you can expect for the upcoming school year, including professional learning for our teachers. We will close with some further exploration around AI tools. We will look at some of the platforms and resources that are shaping where we are headed. Before we dive into what this looked like in practice, I want to take a moment to ground it and where it comes from strategically, because I want to make sure you understand this is not a standalone initiative. This AI work is directly tied to our Compass to 2030 framework. This strategy calls on us to implement a comprehensive curriculum that equips students with digital literacy skills that they need to engage responsibly in the world around them. It explicitly includes the responsible use of emerging technologies such as AI. It's not just in our 5-year framework. It was also named as a focus in this past year's strategic action agenda under the priority of putting the future-ready profile into practice. The strategic action agenda is how we take the big picture of Compass to 2030 and translate it into concrete, manageable, actionable items at each school level. So what you'll see throughout this presentation is work that was planned, not reactive. It's grounded in our strategic commitments and our vision of what it means to be a future-ready graduate in Virginia Beach. We're going to begin with a quick recap of our June 8th presentation not so long ago. During that simulation with us, we had the opportunity for you guys to experience AI alongside of us through our high school Gemini performance task. A quicker reminder for you, we walked through 2 high school examples. There was the AI usage video showing students working at 2 high schools with Gemini in the classroom. And then there was the oceanography performance task where you stepped into the role of a student using AI to further develop your own brainstorm of threats made to the Chesapeake Bay. We hope that you saw the power in this experience because of what it reinforced. It showed that effective AI use is selective and intentional, and that the human is always in the loop. Students were thinking before they were prompted, it evaluated what came back, and then we used AI to refine our work, not replace it. When I took a moment to reflect on the AI simulation and preparing this presentation for the retreat, I thought there was a few aha moments and some themes that emerged. Before we get into our reflections, I want to hear from you guys. What were your biggest takeaways from the AI simulation in June? So I'll give you a moment to reflect, and then I'll ask a few people to share out. So I'd ask if any of you have any takeaways from the AI simulation. Anyone want to share? Like, what were your thoughts? Anyone have any lingering thoughts?
Ms. Melnick?
Remember when we used to use KWL charts? It was so much larger than a KWL, right? It brought information to us that I wouldn't have even thought of. But since that day on June 8th, I still think about the topic and the research that happened very, very quickly. Well, I hope that makes sense, but that's what it reminded me of. And it actually made me want to learn more and to branch off into kind of investigating things that I had never even thought existed. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Dwyer?
So yeah, that's what I was going to say, is the heightened knowledge that is at the students' fingertips. And the only thing that, it's good, but I wish that the students could also use their brains, so to speak, and their own imagination as well. And, what am I saying? Power through in their abilities. But it definitely, like Ms. Melnick said, it definitely put knowledge at your fingertips, and it was very heightened. So yes, that was impressive.
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. First of all, I had to laugh at Ms. Melnick's KWL chart reference, as I had to make many of those. But with regard to the human in the loop, it really showed me that human users really drive your level of understanding of how to use the tool, as well as how you're going to get the responses that you're looking for. Not all students will be at the same level, so you're going to have some students, like Mr. Cummings, who will be able to use the tool far more effectively than other users because they're not as familiar with the tool. So it is important that we are ensuring that our students are able to effectively use the tool, or it really becomes more of a cumbersome task for them instead of something that is useful. And we we want to have this information available to them, but also that they know how to access it appropriately, because without that background knowledge, it will become just an extra task for some of our users who just are not going to be able to get through and use it as appropriately or as effectively as they may need to.
Thank you. Dr. Green?
For me, as I thought about our learners, I saw the critical thinking component. When you put in certain information, I got excited so I could see a student getting, oh, I never thought about that. Let me delve more to learn more. So I think it's a good prompt for helping our students get excited about learning, wanting to learn as much as possible, the aha moment, did you think about, and wanting to get as much information as possible.
Thank you. And I was with Ms. Melnick, and we are in our group, and I thought that it definitely prompted some things to think about that I maybe wouldn't have thought about on my own, or it would have taken me longer to think about on my own. And I see the value there as a resource, you know, as long as that's consistently applied and that human is in the loop and, you know, it's used appropriately, as Ms. Rogers mentioned, so. I don't.
Madam Chair, Carolyn Weems is attending this via Zoom, and her comment on this topic is that she agrees, but her concern is that students will not be able to discern when inaccurate information is received.
And is she able to speak on Zoom, or? But we'll talk about that later, but thank you.
So I appreciate your comments on those, and we're going to address some of those things throughout. I did want to hear from you guys and hear kind of your takeaways and bring you back to that moment as we dive into the work today. So let me share some of our takeaways that we had, which you're going to see similar things. So first, we wanted to highlight the securely features. I think Mr. Cummings, you and Mr. Culpepper you were doing a little work on the side trying to work behind our Gemini at the simulation, if you remember, right? So our security features and our guardrails in Gemini, they were working as intended. You were able to see that live and in action at that simulation. Students are only able to access what we've approved. Teachers have the ability to lock a student's screen or simply lock them from using Gemini. You saw both of those different components at the simulation. Second, when AI is introduced with clear structure and purpose, it enhances critical thinking rather than diminishing it. This was evident in our simulation when several of you, as you just have, are still thinking about new knowledge even after we've long transitioned into a different conversation. Third, it reinforced for us the importance of guided intentional learning. AI in the hands of a well-prepared and knowledgeable teachers looks different than AI without that structure. What we also saw in that simulation was direct alignment to our future-ready profile. Board members were acting as critical thinkers, evaluating AI output rather than just accepting it at face value. You were collaborative communicators working with a partner to narrow your research focus, and the task itself was designed to develop lifelong learners who can use emerging tools responsibly and thoughtfully. That is exactly what we're preparing our students to do. It's for this reason that we have prioritized the development and implementation of AI professional learning for instructional staff at all levels last school year. I'll give you a moment to review the graphic on the screen. This graphic captures the model that has driven our AI professional learning this past school year, and it's a model that did not happen on accident. Our instructional technology team, in collaboration with the Department of Teaching and Learning, developed the professional learning. Principals were first immersed in the learning at their league meetings. They were then given the opportunity to provide us feedback as to the building level needs and their own teacher needs. This ensured that our administrators were engaged in the understanding of what their teachers were going to be experiencing in the professional learning. From there, our instructional technology specialists and library media specialists were trained. They were not just recipients of the learning, they were trained to facilitate it. Through this model, both the ITSs, the LMSs, and the principals were able to provide critical feedback that helped us refine and improve each session before it even reached our teachers. Finally, teachers participated in the professional learning and gave us feedback through exit tickets after each session. This feedback directly shaped the following professional learning that came next. This cycle of create, engage, refine, train, and give us feedback is what allowed us to move thoughtfully and responsibly. I do want to just pause for a moment because we are modeling some of these AI tools. I want to share with you that this image was created by Napkin AI. Napkin AI is one of the AI tools that we did train our teachers on this past school year. It's an image creator tool that we've approved for teachers to use. This type of an image, if created without Napkin AI, would take a very long time. This image took us approximately 7 minutes to create with 2 reprompts. I think it's important for us to realize the amount of time that that's saving our teachers when they're using a tool like Napkin AI to help support curriculum. Before we review at each level, we're going to now analyze some data from our teachers. For the last 2 years, the VBCPS Spring Survey has included questions for staff about AI usage and AI usefulness. This graph represents the data from the survey results. The solid bars represent spring 2025 data, and the striped bars represent spring 2026. This way you can easily compare year-over-year changes within each group. Blue bars track the percentage of people who use generative AI, while green bars track the percentage of people who found it useful. I'll pause so you can examine the graph. The big takeaway here for us is clear. AI usage jumps substantially across all groups, especially in our classroom teachers, which are up 25 percentage points, while usefulness ratings remain consistently high and stable in the 92 to 98 percentile range. This data confirms the success and impact of our professional learning efforts. Based on the VBCPS 2026 Spring Survey, 95% of school-based staff who are using generative AI indicated that it is helpful for completing their work task, and they are using generative AI in a number of different ways. This information demonstrates that staff are primarily using AI for instructional design purposes. I'll give you a moment to review this chart on the screen. We will now take a moment to review what our implementation for AI actually looked like at the high school level this past year across 3 lenses: teacher training, student guardrails, and student applications. For teacher training, our high school teachers completed a comprehensive professional learning series. They built understanding of our VBCPS AI guidelines and expectations, learned how to design AI-assisted and AI-resistant learning experiences, developed critical thinking skills for navigating how to use AI with students, and focused heavily on what it means to prioritize those human skills that we've been talking about in an AI-assisted world. Their goal was never just tool familiarity, it was to build pedagogical confidence. For guardrails, our students operated within a clear structure. Teachers communicated usage levels for every task so that students always knew when and how AI could be used. Student access on Chromebooks is limited to school hours from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. This prevented any unsupervised use outside of instructional time. It also allowed our teachers to maintain the ability to monitor student use of AI in real time during class. In terms of student applications, we recommended high school students to use Gemini and Notebook LM, both of which are on our software approval list and align within our privacy and safety standards. As a reminder, our 25-26 Strategic Action Agenda included the following item: introduce AI to teachers and high school students. This slide on the screen reveals the data surrounding high school students who access Gemini during the 25-26 school year. I'll give you a moment to review this. Almost 88% of all high school students access the AI tool sometime between when we turned it on November 5th till the end of the year. This data is important to us because we continue to feel that the best environment for our students to learn about AI is in our school buildings, a controlled environment for them. At our recent workshops, we've had several questions about the term of power users, which we used at a presentation in the past. We have further investigated and evaluated our top Gemini student users. The scope of students in this analysis range was from all grade levels, 9th through 12th, and included our students who take special education classes and AP classes. When we drilled down some of those power users, we spent time analyzing the specific prompts from these users. We looked at what they were doing and what their activity falls in. What you see on the screen are 3 categories that their prompts typically fell into. First, they're using Gemini for personalized classwork help, using it as a step-by-step tutor to break down complex concepts at their own pace. Second, they are leveraging the tool to improve their writing assignments. I want to be clear, not to write the essays for them, but instead as a collaborative partner to edit and help them refine sentence structures and perhaps rewrite paragraphs based on prompts. Finally, students are engaging heavily in STEM by using Gemini for coding and debugging, treating it as a virtual assistant that helps them troubleshoot errors and understand different programming logic. These tasks often are going to require multiple reprompts as students work through that iterative process of learning. Ultimately, this data demonstrates that our most active students on Gemini are using AI not as a shortcut, but as a critical scaffold to help support their academic work. We're going to dive into a specific example of each of these 3 so you can see what it looks like. So this first example is an example of a student using Gemini for personalized classwork help to prompt. They're using it classwork help and prompting, The students needed support understanding a specific physics prompt in this example, a specific physics topic. When the AI gave them a definition, the student immediately refined their request by providing a specific real-world scenario, which is the stone moving, forcing the AI to explain the nuance between constant velocity and acceleration. In this case, students are using reprompting to fine-tune their AI interactions. They start with a question, then they realize the answer was too broad or too technical for their specific assignment, and they immediately push back on Gemini to ask for something that better meets their needs. They are actively coaching the AI to explain things in a way that makes sense for their current work. This slide is going to highlight an example of how a student prompted and reprompted Gemini to assist them in their writing. Instead of just asking, "Is my essay good?" they asked for specific assistance, asking for 3 options, focusing on the thesis statement, which the student can then refine and blend. When using AI to support writing assignments, teachers are guiding students to use the AI to highlight weak spots, test out different sentence structures, and find the right flow for their assignments. In this last example, you're going to see an example of coding and debugging in a prompt and a reprompt. The student here is working in 3.js, which is an open source JavaScript library that's used to create and display animated 3D computer graphics in a web browser. They asked for assistance in handling spatial positioning and ground collision. As they built, they realized the character could walk through walls and fall through the floor. They did not just ask for the answer. Instead of just saying, "Fix my code," they asked for a physics engine integration to handle the collision logic. In doing this, they're working to not ask AI to do the thinking for them. Instead, the student has first diagnosed the root problem and then directed the technology towards a sophisticated solution. This is a prime example of how prompt engineering fosters high-level problem solving rather than passive compliance. Now we're going to transition and talk about where we're headed for high school next school year. The good news is that our foundation in high school is solid. High school students will maintain the same access to Gemini and Notebook LM with the same guardrails in place as this current year. It's important to note that Notebook LM will be accessible to all students at the beginning of the year, whereas last year we only gave them access after spring break. We are not starting over, we're building on what is working for our high school students. We will continue to provide professional learning for our teachers, ensuring that we grow staff's confidence in using AI. The required training will be focused on instructional design and decisions making in the age of AI. This isn't going to be an introductory course for our teachers. Our high school teachers have those foundational skills already after this past year. The training is going to go deeper. It's going to ask our teachers to revisit our AI vision and make intentional decisions about when AI assistance elevates learning and when they should consider AI resistance as the right instructional choice. I'll draw your attention to the image on the slide. This image captures the instructional decision that teachers have to make day in and day out. In every lesson, they're making a choice. Do I increase AI resistance here? Do I integrate AI assistance? Or do I keep the instruction and the assistance the same? This is the professional judgment that we have to build in our teachers. Not a rule that says always or never, but the understanding to know when and why. Beyond the required essential training, teachers will have access to additional optional professional learning opportunities to continue to deepen their practice this school year. For high school teachers, the AI sandwich, which is the image you see on the screen and is also in their professional learning this upcoming year, this concept is powerful for us. It directly tackles the biggest fear surrounding high school students using AI, which is the shortcutting of the learning process. When students engage with AI without a framework, they might let the tool do all the heavy lifting, skipping the critical learning phases entirely. However, when teachers effectively design and guide AI-assisted learning experiences, this framework requires them to keep the human skills in the loop. The AI sandwich ensures that AI doesn't diminish future-ready skills, instead it's going to nurture them. The bread slices guarantee that the human student remains at the center before, during, and after the use of AI. This human sandwich is very similar to what you saw in your AI simulation. We also want to share an important update to our guardrails that's going to be new for the 26-27 school year. Through Securely, teachers and administrators can now see every student prompt and every AI response. We'll call our AI chat history monitoring. Let's look at the image on the screen together. What you see here is an actual view of the Securely dashboard from a teacher's computer. You can see the date and the time of each AI interaction, the title of the conversation, and a summary of what was exchanged. Teachers and administrators have the ability to search by student, filter by date range, and review the full context of any AI conversation that took place on a school device. This is an important addition to our existing guardrails. It allows our AI chat in Gemini to be transparent, visible, and accountable. We did previously share that we had access this past year for a student's chat history through Google Vault. We had talked about that. That Google Vault was only at the central office level. We are excited because this will provide school and teacher level access to monitoring. We also will ensure that this information is shared with our high school students in their AI introductory lesson at the start of the school year for transparency. All right, so we're now going to transition and start talking about elementary and middle school students. We'll follow a similar framework of a review of what we did and then talk about next school years. So let's recap 25-26. An important distinction to make up front is that our elementary and middle school students did not engage with generative AI tools this year. This was an intentional decision. Students were permitted to have AI experiences with several image generative tools such as Canva and Adobe Express. These tools in these platforms are features embedded into the program. At the middle school level specifically, students were using No Red Ink and Milo, both of which use AI to personalize feedback and support learning in language arts and math respectively. On the teacher side, elementary and middle school teachers also had a year of meaningful professional learning. All elementary and middle school teachers completed 3 sessions of professional learning. The first focused on AI guidelines, expectations, and usage, building that shared foundation across both levels. The second focused on increasing efficiency and elevating their learning. It helped teachers see AI as a tool that can give them time back and support their work. The third focused on how to use AI responsibly, ethically, and creatively, grounding everything in the values that drives our work. As we transition to preparing for the 26-27 school year, we are intentionally thinking about next steps. For middle school, we shared in April that we had been exploring instructional platforms for middle school student use. We are being thoughtful and deliberate about that next step, and we want to ensure we have the right guidance and structures in place before we move forward. In the meantime, our focus will remain on teacher readiness. Our focus for the upcoming school year is to build those teachers and their staff capacity. The required training for this year for middle school teachers is called AI Instructional Foundations. It will have 3 core focus areas. First, we will look specifically at middle school students and the challenges of using AI with middle school students. We know that our teachers need to think carefully about what responsible AI integration looks like in this age group in particular. Second, teachers will develop and strengthen their ability to design AI-resistant assignments because we know that many of our middle school students have access to a device outside of school. And last, teachers will receive an update on current tools and new features to ensure that they are aware. Beyond the training, teachers will have access to additional professional learning opportunities throughout the year to continue to build their confidence and capacity. I want to take a moment to address how we believe we can best support our middle school students as they encounter artificial intelligence. Many of our students are already very curious and interacting with these tools on their own outside of the school. Rather than leaving them to navigate this rapidly changing landscape alone, we have a unique opportunity to provide proactive instruction on using AI. By introducing structured, age-appropriate guidance within our classrooms, we can ensure they learn to use these tools responsibly, safely. Middle school is a critical window for that digital citizenship, and our goal is to partner with our families to build strong, safe foundations for the future. This is why we feel a dedicated, centralized AI platform would be so beneficial. Instead of introducing a web of disconnected tools, a single platform would streamline our resources with layers specifically designed for planning, teaching, and assessing. A dedicated school-safe platform would feature a comprehensive teacher dashboard that would provide educators with complete and real-time visibility into how students are interacting with the AI, supporting academic integrity and continuing to support that safety. Furthermore, it would give teachers immediate insight to understand student progress and adjust instruction on the spot. This approach would ultimately be about safety, supervision, and structured learning. As we look at the tools that are shaping where we are headed, I want to spend some time on Magic School, a platform that many of our teachers are already using and one that we've been exploring more deeply as a division. Magic School is not a general consumer AI tool. It was built specifically for education by educators. It is relevant for VBCPS because it operates at the division level. We have division and teacher dashboards that would give us visibility into how the platform is being used across our schools. Teachers have the ability to access custom-built tools for content and resources that will be aligned to meet specific instructional needs. These custom-built tools are created by VBCPS in partnership with Magic School. I'll give you an example. Magic School can partner with multiple teams to develop specific tools for VBCPS use. It would be able to, for example, create a custom tool that would analyze our WIDA access scores and then provide resources to teachers based on those students' ESL and access scores. From a safety standpoint, Magic School will complement the security of Securely, providing an additional layer of content visibility within their own platform. In terms of the tools teachers are finding most valuable, because as you can see, we have 2,597 teachers who used Magic School, the free version, alone last school year. There are 4 that teachers are using the most. The AI-resistant assignment generator helps educators design assessments that mitigate the unpermitted use of AI tools. The text leveler and assignment scaffolder allows teachers to quickly differentiate materials for students at different levels. The rubric generator saves significant planning time and creates rubrics for them based on the content the teacher puts in. And to make it relevant helps teachers connect content to students' real-world interests and experiences, something that is particularly powerful at the middle school level. I want to take a moment and highlight a few key differences between a Magic School platform and Gemini. This slide shows a few important distinctions. I'll pause and give you a moment to review. Gemini is going to be a large language model. It's open-ended, broad, and designed for authentic AI interaction. This is exactly why it works well for our high school students, because we're preparing them for the future after they graduate. Magic School is different. It's not a large language model. It is a purpose-built educational platform that gives teachers and administrators even stronger oversight. For middle school students who eventually will be just beginning this journey, the level of structure matters. We are looking to introduce AI in a controlled, teacher-facing environment where the teacher designs and implements the AI experience. The teacher dashboard provides real-time feedback for the teacher only. This type of insight will allow for more rapid analysis of student skills, which in turn will provide opportunities for teachers to enhance differentiation and scaffolding. To explain it better and to model for you, I'd like for you to see Magic School in action. This video will give you a sense of what the platform looks and feels like and how it supports teachers in their day-to-day work.
When your students are using AI, what kind of visibility do you have? When your students use Magic School, they don't just wander in. You create room, you set the learning objective, and you decide how long that student room will stay open. No open-ended browsing, no unstructured AI access. You as the teacher are the one who sets the boundaries before students sign in. And once students are working, summary of each student session alongside their full conversation history. Every message, every response. You can see how far they've gotten from the learning objective we've set, and flagged by moderation. You can see that too. Students also have a thread limit, so they can't just keep spinning up new conversations. The idea is to keep the experience focused on the task at hand. One of the biggest concerns we hear from teachers right now is by design. You as a teacher can choose when to make strategic decisions on when to have your students use it and when not to. You know your students best. Magic School just gives you that visibility to help guide your students on how to use AI. Teachers are magic. We're just here to help you see the world.
As you noticed in the video, Magic School provides a more controlled platform, including a teacher dashboard for both monitoring and student insights. Okay, we're now going to transition to our last portion of the session. I want to take a moment and highlight some of the work that's happened within our own Department of Teaching and Learning, and then also the work that we're doing for our support staff in Virginia Beach. The AI learning has certainly not just been in schools. Like I said, we've been trying to support our support staff as well. In the 25-26 school year, staff had opportunities to review and engage with the same professional learning that we were delivering to our teachers. We also built partnerships across our Department of Teaching and Learning groups to ensure that AI wasn't delivered in silos. We wanted to ensure that this AI portion has been a shared conversation. We also had the benefit of working with AJ Giuliani, our AI consultant, who brought an outside perspective and pushed our thinking. In addition, staff had access to an asynchronous course that was designed by Professional Growth and Innovation to continue to learn and grow at their own pace. For the 26-27 school year, we are continuing our learning. We are participating in the VAS Region 2 cohort, which connects us with other divisions across the region who are navigating the same challenges and opportunities with AI. We are starting a partnership with Suffolk Public Schools through an AI Innovators cohort. This work will embed AI capacity across all of our departments. It will be unique because it tasks groups to tackle a real problem of practice within their team using AI, building solutions that will be immediately applicable and replicable long after the engagement work ends. We also will have AI embedded into our essential detail sessions. Our goal is that AI should no longer be a standalone or separate topic. It should be woven into how we work and how we support our teachers. Earlier, I shared that we'd be highlighting some of the additional tools to continue our learning as a school board and as a group. Now, I want to begin, and I want to share an additional example of an AI tool that's subject-specific and curriculum embedded. It's Milo. Milo provides context-sensitive and mathematically accurate support for our middle school and high school students as they work through problems in the math-based workbook. Before we watch, I kind of want to set the stage so you can have an understanding of when a teacher might use this. So let's talk about a classroom reality. So in your mind, I want you to picture this classroom before you watch this video. You have a math teacher. She has roughly 28 students. They're all working through problems that are tied to the same standard. However, all of these students, as you know, are not on the same level. They might be stuck at different portions of that standard. Some may need a nudge on step 2. Some made an error on step 4. Some are ready to move on, and some need to be pushed further. A teacher cannot physically be in 28 places at once to support all those students. It's just not possible. What you're about to see is Milo supporting a student through the exact same similar solution. Watch specifically for 2 things. First, Milo doesn't hand the student the answer. It keeps them in the problem-solving process throughout. Second, this is happening inside the curriculum they're already using. It is not a separate app competing for their attention.
We're going to showcase Milo Chat, which is a Math Tutor AI chatbot that's embedded within learning assignments within our math-based textbook, which is utilized from grade 6 through Algebra 2. Here, when a student receives a problem that's in learning mode, that's for them to receive feedback on their work in each step of their work and have resources to help support them. So this is a pretty simple algebra problem here, and on the left-hand side, you'll see different tools that are available to the student. So students can select a lesson that will bring them straight to the textbook lesson that this topic is on. So for example, this is on solving 2-step equations. So it didn't just take them to the textbook, it took them to the exact place in the textbook that is on this topic. I can also choose help, which that's the Milo chatbot. So I haven't done no work here on this problem, and if I had no clue where to begin, I could utilize some of these prompts here in the Milo chat. I can use it to read aloud any of our work. I can also just say, I don't know where to begin, I need to see a video on this topic. So if I select that,
The sum of these 2 values is 47.
and I can make this full screen. So again, I can make that video full screen, I can speed it up, I can slow it down, but this is on an example that's not the same example that's on the screen in the actual assignment, but it is a similar style problem. So it helps that student know where to begin and how to work through that problem. Now, I can also just say, can I get a hint? Maybe I didn't want to watch a video. In a hint, it's going to talk me through what do those words mean in here? What does sum mean? What does equal mean? What does that mean when we're writing an equality statement? So it's going to give you a hint. I can ask for another hint. I can ask for an example. Notice this example is also different than the example on the screen in the assignment, but it's a written example. So I can do video examples like I did before, or I could do written examples. Now, how this responds to a student is this problem is asking for sum, which means addition, so adding 6 and 10x. But if I'm a student and I make the mistake and I forget that it's addition and I do subtraction, I can write this step and it's going to ask me to try again. Notice that what popped up in the Milo chatbot was, can I explain why that's incorrect? So it notices that I inputted work, that it was incorrect, and now I can get direct feedback on that work. So now it's reading the work that I did and it's recognizing that the mistake that I made was I used difference instead of sum. So it's asking, can I rewrite this with a plus sign? Sum means plus, that I'm adding it. So here, now if I rewrite this, and notice it didn't give the whole answer, it was just talking about that left-hand side. I can see that step of my work is correct, and I still need to keep doing work in order to find the value of x. So I could type in each step, I could just type in my final answer, if let's say I'm doing my work on a whiteboard, but Maybe if I don't know what the next step is, I can ask for a hint. And it's gonna ask about solving equations and what we do to solve equations. And again, students can go through this process on any problem to receive just-in-time support here with Milo Chat that's not giving them the answer, but it's helping them provide them resources to support their learning.
The video you just watched demonstrates how students interact with Milo for personalized tutoring. You can see how Milo does not give the student the answer, but supports them through that problem-solving process. We want to emphasize that our strategy extends beyond the walls of our classrooms. Increasing community awareness is a top priority for 26-27 school year. We are strengthening our public outreach through an active partnership with FACE, our Office of Family and Community Engagement. We're building and continuing to build upon our forward-facing digital literacy website to keep parents informed. For our staff, we are streamlining access via a centralized AI hub and launching a self-paced asynchronous courses directly through Canvas. Our efforts to increase awareness of our AI implementation throughout the community are ongoing. I want to end with where we started, the journey. In June, you didn't just hear about AI in our schools, you experienced it. You sat in the seat of a high school student, worked through a performance task, and felt firsthand both the power of the tools and how important our guardrails are. Today, we've shown you what a full year of implementation looks like, nearly 17,000 high school students using AI with guidance and guardrails, over 2,500 teachers building their capacity, and a clear path for next school year. But I want to be honest with you, this is not an end destination. There's no finish line where we're going to declare that we're done working with AI. The tools will keep evolving, and so will our approach. What I will tell you is that we won't change our compass. Responsible, human-centered AI, where the technology serves for teaching and learning, never the other way around. My commitment to you is you won't have to wait another year to hear from us. Beginning in the fall, we will be back with quarterly school board updates. We will share the data, the progress, and just as importantly, honest reflections on what's working and what we're adjusting. We also do plan on bringing back more examples to you and more teaching of what this integration looks like in the classrooms. Thank you for your partnership as we continue on this journey together.
Ms. Melnick?
Well, thank you for that last statement. I think that's really important for parents to know that we have our thumb on all of this, because as we know, technology is not going away. I am interested in slide 9, because slide 9 shows a drop-off, 8 percentage points actually, in AI usage, which is really a magnificent statistic. I think people are kind of really tuned into AI. It's so prevalent, but now what you hear from kids and adults is, oh, you know what, that's just AI. That's not real. And now people are really having to try to distinguish between the two. But what AI has also done, like anybody else who writes, AI has its own writing style. And now people are keenly aware of somebody who is using AI. It produces the same stuff every time it's asked to do something. And I think people they really are figuring this out. That's why I think AI is best the way we're using it in VBCPS, which is as a tool. We're guiding kids through things, but we're making them think on their own and creating their own writing style, because there's nothing having the same exact writing style as everybody sitting next to you. So this data was very interesting to me. Like perhaps for a lot of kids, AI is it's a great addition to their daily lives. Like, it's helping them, it's helping to explain things in ways that they might understand. You know, we all learn differently. You know, a teacher standing before us just might not work for some kids, or going home and asking their dad for help with math problems. You know, I remember my dad like slamming his hand on the table, like, why don't you understand this? That was just really awesome to me. One more thing. The teachers reporting that many students are already using AI without guidance or support on personal devices, which I've been saying this a lot lately, especially in the world of technology, that this is a parent issue. This is parents at home who are monitoring device usage, who also have the thumb on their kids in their own home, and not so quick to blame it on a school division. So just for reference, I saw the Toy Story movie last week, and that movie was all about technology and children losing playtime. I live in a neighborhood where kids play outside every day. It's awesome. But one thing that the movie did not focus on was technology in schools, because it's limited in schools. What they did focus on many times in that movie was children sitting on devices in their own homes, and that the parents aren't taking the devices away and sending the kids out to play. And so it was truly, like a check for me. Like, that is really where a lot of the problems lie. And so keep pushing this piece to parents, that we have guardrails. Those guardrails are really important, and parents need to keep hearing what your kid can and can't do in our school buildings, and that every single time they're accessing AI on a school device, not only do we know they're doing it, we know what they're typing in, and we know what their response is. And so that's not just a guardrail for students, but quite frankly, it's a guardrail for our own division. And we're going to be able to know who's doing more outside just through their knowledge. Sorry to my colleagues, I spoke too long.
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. So I'm going to have a couple of more specific questions, and if you don't know, that's okay. With regard to what we were discussing with the, Magic
School?
Magic School, yes. So you discussed that there was a time, the video discussed time open and close for AI. Is that student-specific or classroom-specific, do you know?
And again, we've just been investigating the platform, right?
Right.
To my knowledge, they are able to open an assignment and then close an assignment. And then they also have the accessibility to stop an entire student from doing something if it wasn't appropriate. So we've actually seen the teacher dashboard and what it looks like, and it flags based on color by individual student. So they will be able to stop an individual student or stop an assignment altogether for that
So-
time limit.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking is because, as we know, all students work at different paces. I guess my concern would be, is speaking of, parents, is a student doesn't complete an AI-generated assignment and having to keep that open so the child or few children can take it home, but we can't just designate it for those kids. I wouldn't want to see this opened because the assignment needs to be completed for these children, but then it's open for everyone. Does that make sense?
It does.
And so that was one of the things that I was thinking of, is that we do send the Chromebooks home for our middle schoolers. They do have assignments at times that they need to complete because they didn't complete it in class for whatever reason. And so teachers would think, oh, this child, or few children need to have the assignment completed, we leave it open, but then it leaves it open for parents to be monitoring and the teacher's not there with them. So that would be one of the concerns or something to think about as we're implementing it with our staff.
And just to follow up on that really quick.
Yeah.
Certainly, I will find out about leaving it open for individual students, but it would never be our recommendation to leave it open after those hours, because we would still maintain those similar guardrails that we have
Right.
of the high school. So we would never provide our middle school students, when we do transition to using of middle school students, we would never give them access after school hours, because certainly we want them with our teachers in that controlled environment.
Right, okay, perfect. And then when they were discussing Milo, I love that it has to do with math, because there are so many parents that say, once the children are starting to do higher level math like algebra and geometry in high school, those that were kind of, I certainly don't remember algebra from when I was in middle school and high school. And so when my children have asked me for help in the past, I have had to either call a friend who has an older child that can assist my children, or the siblings help each other. But how do we ensure that, especially for our middle schoolers, that we're not overusing, especially in a math situation, that we're just using it as a helpmate and not as a reliance? Do you see what I'm saying? And to your point, a teacher can't be in 27 spaces at once. It's not possible. However, my concern is we already know from our past data, and I know we're getting a presentation, that our middle schoolers have been on our devices much more than the high schoolers. So that's where I want to make sure that we're not creating a reliance on that technology in the math space specifically, that we are using it more as a support and not inadvertently creating a reliance on this, because, teachers can't be everywhere at once, but we don't want it to be that it's used every day to the point where we can't seem to get through a full class without using it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, and I'm glad you see the benefit in the tool. We also see the benefit in the tool. We share your similar concerns, right? And that's where we want to tie it back to all the professional learning that we do, right? Milo is just one tool of many that are like that, right? We're just modeling several so you can see what
Right.
it's like. So it goes back to professional learning of what we're teaching our teachers and the work that the secondary math team is doing and Department of Teaching and Learning of emphasizing when are we selecting to use a tool to support our instruction and when should we not be using a tool, and when is the teacher monitoring, and having those conversations and getting the teacher mindset around that idea so that we're using it purposefully and selectively and intentionally. That's the training that we're providing.
Perfect.
Yep.
And those were my biggest concerns. And then my last question, okay, so is it my understanding, we haven't actually chosen Milo, this is just one of the pieces, is that what you?
Milo is currently a product that we use. It's embedded into our textbook, yes.
Okay, and then I guess my other question is, there was that tutoring involved, but I noticed it was a lot of reading. Is there a support for students who need support with reading, that they're not in a math class struggling to read what all of the supports are giving them? Is there like a voice prompting? Do you see
Yeah,
what I'm
I
saying?
just looked at my team in the back. There is read aloud with Milo, yes.
That's what I'm trying to get to, read aloud, yes. And I wanted to make sure that we aren't giving some students a tool that then becomes more of a frustration for them. So that was my last question. Thank you.
Mr. Bones?
Yes, well, thank you for the presentation, but I have a couple questions. The selective and intentional use, I was wondering if you could kind of give me a little bit more information on how the
Sure.
difference or whatever.
Yeah, so it kind of goes into, let's take a high school example, right? We can bring you back to your simulation as an example, the one we just did, right? So when I was guiding you, I decided what portions of that assignment I was going to ask you to log on to Gemini. So I was very selective on when I wanted you to use your computer and when I did not want you to use your computer. Same thing, if you take the Milo as an example, we would expect our teachers to say, like, now is a time during this independent work while I'm working with other students, that you would log on and engage in that work during independent practice. about we don't want all of our students up with their computers on, all just sitting there doing Milo in the background or working on Gemini. So having that conversation to make sure we're selective about any of our educational technology tools to make sure it's strengthening our instruction, not diminishing it.
Okay. Also, it says the principal feedback. I was just wondering how they are going to get the information to go to their meetings, if that makes sense.
You mean about our professional learning?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how, I mean, they're going to be going to these league meetings and providing feedback. I was just wondering how.
The way it worked last year was we provided the professional learning, we actually delivered it. My team gave it to the principals at the league meetings, and then they listened in person, they gave us feedback, we heard from them, we modified based on their feedback, and then we delivered it to the instructional technology specialist. So their feedback was taken right away in person from us, to us.
Okay, and my last thing is Ms. Melnick brought it up a little, I'm not sure, but the usage where the seniors dropped down pretty good amount. I was wondering if there was an answer for that.
About why?
Why they're so lower than the others?
Well,
If you
I
know
mean,
it, I'm just curious.
I haven't talked to any seniors in particular, but if I were to think about it, right? I mean, a lot of our seniors are involved in work-based learning. They're doing DE classes. They're doing all sorts of different things. You know, and as they transition into getting ready for college or their next steps in their career or whatever they're choosing to do after high school, they might be transitioning to something different, which is just something to consider.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dwyer?
So I just want to say thank you. This was very well done, and it's really enlightened and helped me tremendously on the process, and the guidelines and the guardrails. And, you know, I can breathe a little better now. I have to admit, it made me very nervous. But I just want to thank you for your presentation. It was very well done, very well thought, very concise, and you addressed a lot of the issues for me personally. And I appreciate the standard that I believe our teachers are trying to set. That it's scary, I mean, for all intents and purposes. And I love the way that you've looped the community in, and I hope that continues because our teachers do need to set that standard. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Culpepper?
Thank you. Similarly, I was going to say, thanks for this. This is great stuff. I think it demonstrates a very deliberate, methodical approach, and I love the way you wrapped it up by saying this is not an end state. This is I'll call it a starting point, but AI will evolve, the way we use it will evolve, the tools that are available to use it will evolve, and people's familiarity with it will evolve. So that leaves me two questions. One, was it Milo? What happens if the student types in x equals 3? In other words, skips a step, right? So somebody who's ahead, your demonstration was kind of somebody who's struggling to understand. What about somebody who's ahead and goes, oh yeah, I get this, and he skips a step or 3 in a process? Does Milo drag him back where he doesn't need to go, or does it kind of go with him, okay, you understand this, here's something more complicated for you?
I'm glad you clarified what x equals 3 is, because I was confused. Math's not my strong point. But to answer that question, I would assume, because I can't say for sure in that exact example, but I would assume that the AI would adjust just like the model does. So it would adjust and maybe provide them something a little more challenging, I would assume. I got a nod, so I think that's correct.
Okay, well, it's fair, though. But that potentially leads me to my second question. I love your slide 5, but it sounded like when you described slide 5, you were talking about this initial implementation. That looks to me like a continuing process, which is kind of your wrap-up. Is that your intent with this as well? There's kind of a continuing process between development and IT, which is part of my question, right? Okay, people are implementing this, say, yeah, it works great for this group, but the people who are ahead, it keeps dragging them back to stuff they already understand, and it's not moving them forward at their pace. That would be an IT, hey, we need some help here. So Is that your intent here with what you've described on slide 5, is to use that as a continuing process?
Yeah, so we'll continue the feedback process as kind of an iterative loop and work with our instructional technology specialists and library media specialists to kind of work in a coaching manner if there was a teacher who wanted support. We are still not mandating that teachers implement AI. Certainly, we do provide all of them the professional learning. We say that the professional learning they have to take, they need to learn because our students are using it no matter what. But we are providing, we're embedding in our training that they have AI-resistant opportunities as well. So if you're a teacher and you don't want to engage in having your kids work in Gemini or something like that, we can coach you with our ITSs and our LMSs on how to take an assignment that could easily be answered in AI at this point and make it more resistant. So you still have to work through those processes. But yes, to answer your question, we will still continue that loop of getting feedback from our principals, and certainly we already analyzed our feedback from our last professional learning from last year, and we have worked to include those pieces in our professional learning this year, and we have a couple of optional sessions coming up at the leadership conference and at DTALCon around those areas.
Okay, and last thing, thank you for saying you're coming back here just in a couple months to talk about this. I think it's good we don't wait another year. Thank you.
Sure.
Madam Clerk.
This question is from, or comment and questions are from Carolyn Weems. There's at the secondary level, as well as college professors, about their frustrations in managing appropriate usage. Do we have information in regard to how much time it will take a teacher to monitor this for every student and assignment? And she has more. Do you want me to continue or just do the first question?
I'm happy to address the first one.
Okay.
Certainly, we are going to embed, we haven't provided any of our teachers yet any of the training around the securely chat monitoring. In talking to my team, the training it's not a lot of work for our teachers. It's very similar to the process that they already do in monitoring securely on a normal basis. Our recommendation is going to be and will be that they're not sitting behind their screens watching securely and watching the chat monitoring. Our recommendation would be that if you have a concern with a student, then you have access to that, similar to how it's been throughout the year.
Okay. I think you answered the second part of her statement, which says, again, that this could add another level of work for teachers, and also will some of the students have all AI-resistant assignments, while others may not, depending on their teacher. Do you see this as an issue? She has concerns and questions in regard to AI at the elementary and middle school level, and she said she'll share this at a later time. So I guess she's just concerned will this be an issue with more teacher workload monitoring the students? And she does have concerns about AI usage in the elementary and middle school level.
I think you probably addressed that question. And Dr. Robertson, I think if we could get this functioning so that Carolyn Weems can participate as our bylaws allow.
Yeah, Mr. Den is working on that.
Okay, and I know that he has an upcoming thing, but I don't think that it's fair to our clerk to have to read those off, although our bylaws do give her the rights to participate by Zoom, so it's kind of a difficult situation, but she needs to be able to comment for herself, and I think she would prefer that as well. But I do think that question was answered. I don't want to belabor the conversation too long personally, because I want to kind of get back to schedule here, but I thought it was interesting on slide 6, there's a bar chart here, and it says, used generative AI slide. And what was interesting to me was the school-based staff, school-based administrators, and classroom teachers, and all of those groups that indicated found it useful was higher than those that used it. Why is that data higher than that? If they didn't use it, how would they have found it useful?
It's analyzing of the percentage that used it.
Oh,
So of the,
okay.
yes.
Okay, I see. All right, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And then I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly This year, for elementary and middle school students, we will continue with Canva, Adobe Express, No Red Ink, Milo for middle school. We are not going into Magic School this year, correct?
That is correct. We're continuing to explore based on guidance, taking a slow, deliberate approach.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And with that, we are going to, and thank you for everything that you've done with this. I do think this was a great presentation and it's a continued collaboration and conversation as a school board.
Great, thank you.
And I don't see any other questions at this time. Okay, we are now going to move on to addressing screen time, and we welcome David Den, Chief Information Officer, and Dr. Goldberg, Director of Instructional Technology.
Good morning, everyone. We are doing a workaround with Ms. Weems so that she will be able to actually speak. So Ms. Linetti is going to have her on the phone and be able to hold her phone up to the microphone so that it allows Ms. Weems to be able to communicate back and forth.
Okay, and Ms. Linetti, does that fall within our bylaws?
Your bylaw requires that you be able to hear somebody who's participating remotely, so if we can hear her, that's one solution. So I just texted Ms. Means if she can call my cell phone, she can check her cell phone for my number.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we appreciate it. Okay, we are talking about screen time this morning. Whoa, hold up. Got a little ahead of me there. All right, how much time we spend on technology and how aware we should be of it has become one of the defining conversations of our cultural moment. It's in parenting books, in legislation, at dinner table family meetings. That's what they used to call them at my house, what I used to call them at my house. It's the tension that exists between the benefits that technology provides and the amount of attention we're willing to cede to it. It's even made its way into one of the biggest movie releases of the summer. Now, I swear I did not set Ms. Melnick up with this earlier. So, Pixar's newest movie, Toy Story 5, has a new villain, a smart tablet, going head-to-head with a little girl's toy box for her attention. Now, I want you to watch the actual trailer because I want to see if you can pick up the tension that's there, that our kids are watching this movie and they understand intuitively by watching something like this what this means for them.
Do you, Forky, Karen, Beverly can be here the living ride? Yeah! I now pronounce you husband and knife. Poison the maid of honor! Oh, buddy, there's a package for you. Oh, thank you. Hi there, I'm Lily Pad. Let's play. Extinction, not again.
Bunny, screen time's over now.
Okay.
I want to talk to you, device.
Please, call me Lily.
Me and the toys have been working all summer to try and get Bunny to make friends,
Yeah.
but then you had to ruin
Got
it.
it.
You're not even listening to me.
I'm always listening. See?
Now look here, me and the toys have been working all summer.
No, in Spanish.
What?
Yeah, I got Tim's on behind the dresser.
Woody? Jesse? Hello? Is it as bad out there for toys as they say it is?
We're finding more abandoned toys each day.
Tex invaded our house too.
I don't know, Jesse. Toys are for play, but tech is for everything.
I'm losing Bonnie to this device.
You got a friend. Woody! Came here as fast as I could. Why are you wearing a dress, Woody? It's called a poncho, Forky.
Someone needs a brown marker.
Oh, who goes there? Whoa. I come in peace. It's been too long, cowboy.
What are you, some sort of old man toy?
What? She thinks you're old because you're bald, Woody.
Bunny needs help from someone at least from the same century. So long, toys.
We're gonna need backup. No way. Just give me the way, boss.
So did you see it? Did you feel it? Woody says, toys are for play, but tech is for everything. That was my best Tom Hanks impersonation. That's where a lot of public anxiety about screens sits right now. It's real, it's widely shared. In fact, a national parent survey released just this month found that roughly 3/4 of parents want their schools to set limits to screen time. But the same 3/4 said their own school's use of technology is already about right. Even the parents raising the alarm are trying to draw a line between too much and used well. That's exactly the line that we want to look at together this morning. I know some of us have done our own reading on this, and you may come in with views that we may challenge. That's completely fine. We're not asking anyone to set aside those views. Even the people who made Toy Story resisted the easy version of the story. The director, Andrew Stanton, said it almost exactly in these words: "We can't just get away with making tech the villain." Behind the scenes, the creative team actually debated killing the tablet character off at the end of the film. A clean, satisfying defeat. They chose not to because, in their own words, that would have been the simple version. Toys good, technology bad, conflict resolved. News story at 6. Instead, they wanted to ask the harder question: what does it actually look like to bring technology into a kid's life well? That's the real conversation, not whether a device is there, because we all realize technology has a role to play in preparing our students for the future. How it's used and what a better version of using it looks like, that's the conversation we want to have this morning. Not whether technology is good or bad, but what kind, used how, and to what extent in our classrooms. So when you see statistics that 7th grade students spend an average of 172 minutes of screen time on a typical school day, what comes to your mind? How are you imagining students are using technology in that time? Let's peel back the layers and see what screen time actually means when we report it to you. Here's how our monitoring tools actually work. They track which application or tab in a web browser is active in the foreground on a student's device at any given moment. That's a more specific thing than the device was on. It means our systems can tell you Canvas was the active window for 40 minutes. It cannot tell you whether a student touched the keyboard once during that time or 40 times. Picture a middle school classroom. The teacher is leading a discussion. A slide is shown on the panel at the front of the classroom. Every student has a Chromebook open on their desk. Some are following along. Some are taking notes. Maybe some have finished early. If Canvas or a digital worksheet happens to be the active window on each of those screens, every one of those devices is logging time against that app, regardless of whether a single student interacts with their device. Whose screen simply hasn't changed because they're listening to their teacher instead. The clock doesn't stop for a lecture or a discussion. There's a second layer to this. Devices don't go to sleep the instant someone stops touching them. There's a built-in 10-minute inactivity timer before that happens. Now, you likely have experienced that on your own laptops and tablets. If a student finishes their research aside and spends the next 8 minutes writing on paper, that entire 8 minutes If a student closes the laptop lid partway, the active window doesn't change. So the clock doesn't stop either. Similarly, if a teacher locks all student screens during a lesson, which is actually good instructional practice because it redirects the student's attention to the teacher, those locked screens are all still counting as screen time. Here's specifically what this lets us measure and what it doesn't. We can measure the active window time by school and grade. We can measure categories of sites and apps in use. What we cannot see is whether a student is actually interacting with that active window, only which window it was and for how long it remained the active window. So when you see a number like 172 minutes of screen time, hold it loosely. It's real. It's telling you that a device was on and the active application and what the active application was. But it's not telling you whether that time was spent engaged, half listening, or simply waiting for the lesson to move on. Those are different pictures, and alone can't tell you which one is true at any given moment. Device activity and cognitive engagement are not the same thing, and they don't move together. A device sitting open and idle while a teacher leads a discussion doesn't mean a student is disengaged. They might be fully engaged in that discussion, just not with the screen in front of them. And a device being actively clicked through isn't automatically a sign of real learning. A student can quickly move through a worksheet without thinking much about any of it. That's the heart of what the research says. What predicts whether a student actually learns isn't whether the screen was on. It's their level of engagement or what was happening in their head. 3 different fields of research converged on the same answer, even though none of them set out to agree with each other. UNESCO is the United Nations body that studies education systems worldwide. And a few years ago, they reviewed global research on technology in schools across dozens of countries. This wasn't an advocacy piece for or against technology. It was an attempt to see what the worldwide evidence actually showed. They found little evidence that technology improves outcomes simply by being present in a classroom. But they did find a real link between excessive or inappropriate use and worse outcomes for students. The American Academy of Pediatrics, that's the U.S. national body that provides guidance for screen time, draws a line between active, teacher-directed use tied to a specific instructional purpose and passive, unstructured use that isn't. And there's a deeper body of research that explains exactly why that divide matters. This one from cognitive science, the study of how people actually learn. 2 researchers, Micheline Chai and Ruth Wiley, reviewed many classroom studies and found that any learning activity, regardless of whether it uses a device, sorts into one of 4 modes based on what a student is actually doing. At one end, where students are least engaged, is passive, watching or listening with no other action. Then, active, physically doing something with the material, like taking notes. Then, constructive, generating something new, explaining an idea, building a concept map. And the most engaged level, interactive, working through ideas with another person, building on each other's thinking. The finding, replicated across their large body of research, is consistent. The more engaged a student is, moving from passive towards interactive, the more they actually learn. And this holds whether the activity happens on a Chromebook, a worksheet, or neither. And notice what sits at the most powerful end of that spectrum, interactive. Working through ideas with another person. That's not the description of a device. That's a description of a teacher. The single most engaging thing in any of our classrooms has never been the technology. It's the adult in the room who knows how to draw out a student's thinking, their creativity, their judgment. Many of you spent years being exactly that. So when we talk about engagement as the thing that matters, we're not describing something a screen provides. We're describing the thing this division has always valued most, its teachers, and the reason a Chromebook was never going to replace one. Appropriate use looks like a student doing something with the content, writing, building, explaining, discussing, under a teacher's direction, tied to a specific task. Inappropriate use looks like the opposite, passive consumption with no instructional task attached for an extended, unsupervised period. This is why a number alone can't tell you what you're actually asking and what you really want to know. How technology is used in the classroom has more significance than the screen time number itself. And to understand how we use technology in the classroom, like Buzz Lightyear said, I'm going to need some backup. Dr. Goldberg will join us to build on these ideas. Now, as she comes up, do you recall what I asked you? How are you imagining students are actually using their technology? She'll walk you through specific, real scenarios of how technology is used in our classrooms. I'd ask you to consider what we've looked at as a lens for those examples. She'll show you the screen time numbers. Once you've seen both side by side, what classroom engagement actually looks like, and what the screen time numbers are, we can have a more thoughtful and comprehensive conversation about the use of technology in our classrooms.
All right, so let's talk about how our students are using technology. As Mr. Din said, technology in our classrooms is much more than a device. It's a tool that supports dynamic, purposeful learning. To kind of break it down for you, we divided it into 6 key areas. Students use technology to create, writing in Google Docs, designing in Canva, producing digital projects in Adobe Express, and even exploring 3D design in Tinkercad. They use it to practice through adaptive programs like Imagine Math, IXL, and Lexia Core 5, which provide personalized learning and immediate feedback. Technology supports learning and research through databases like PebbleGo and ProQuest, digital textbooks, and tools like No Red Ink that build research and writing skills. It enables collaboration through Google Workspace, Canvas discussion boards, and peer feedback tools that help students communicate and learn from one another. Students also use technology to demonstrate their learning through Canvas submissions, online assessments, and performance tasks that give every student multiple ways to show what they know. And finally, technology expands access for every learner. Text-to-speech, screen readers, and closed captioning ensure no student is left behind. These 6 areas reflect our intentional approach to educational technology, which is grounded in student learning, not screen time for its own sake. To put those things into practice, I want to explain these 6 photos on the screen. These 6 photos were taken right here this past year in our own classrooms. Together, they tell the story of what purposeful technology use looks like. In the first image, you'll see 5th graders. 5th grade students are collaborating on a computer science coding fractions challenge, working together to solve a problem that involves technical skill and teamwork. In the second image, 4th grade students are using Britannica, one of our approved subscription databases, to learn how to research and take notes for a science performance task. The third image is from one of our middle schools, where 6th grade students are programming a spherobolt to demonstrate the rock cycle. This is part of our Advancing Computer Science and Education grant that we were awarded from the VDOE, in which middle school science teachers participated in this past school year. In this, students are not just learning about science, they're using code to show that they understand it. In the fourth image, 6th grade student groups are meeting with teachers to prepare a script for a history podcast project that they chose themselves to demonstrate what they learned about World War II. Notice what's happening in this image. The technology is supporting student choice and creative expression. The fifth image shows a 10th grade student using Tinkercad to design an artifact that will then be printed on a Bamboo 3D printer. From digital design to physical object, that's the kind of future-ready skills these students are building. And finally, in the sixth image, these high school students are using Makey invention kits and their coding skills to turn everyday objects into touchpads. This is the intersection of engineering, creativity, and computational thinking. Each of these images shows students are actively engaged in learning. They're creating, programming, designing, collaborating, and researching. This is what technology use looks like in VBCPS, and it's the lens through which we want you to consider the data you're about to see. All right, so you know me, I'm going to take you back and make you do a little bit of work. Let's take a minute and think about back to our simulation. Take a moment to reflect. When you were participating in that simulation, how much time were you actively using your device compared to the length of learning? So think about that for a minute. How much time were you using your device versus the amount of time that you were actually learning? Anyone want to share out?
Very little. We were actually just inputting our discussion into the computer.
I would share out, but I actually read ahead. So I'm going to go ahead and not say my thoughts till the end. Ms. Rogers?
I think that we used it more than very little, simply because when you put in the prompt, AI gives you a lot of different ideas that to consider. You have to, like, we were reading through the ideas and then considering them and then trying another idea, considering that. So, I mean, I don't think it was, we did it more than, I mean, I feel like the collaboration and interacting with the screen was almost even, simply because you were working with it together. So that kind of felt like it was more even time for me.
Okay, so your actual total simulation time, and this was kind of eye-opening for me, so that's why I wanted to point it out to you. Your total simulation time of when you were like engaged in the work, not just me talking, when you were engaged in the work was 22 minutes. If we were tracking your screen time, the program that we used to track the data would have logged all 22 minutes that you were engaged as screen time. When we actually break it down, and yes, we went through, my team and I, we went through the recording on YouTube and broke it down to when you were on the device. So when we break it down, 15 of those minutes were collaborative discussion and physical note-taking of you taking notes on your note catcher. Actually, only 7 minutes involved you interacting with your device. That's 7 out of 22 minutes of genuine device interaction that was actually logged as 22 minutes of screen time. This is the same dynamic that plays out in classrooms across VBCPS every day. Let's pause for another moment to reflect. We talked about it earlier, but in this particular example of the screen time, do you think you learned more or less because of your device?
More. I speak only for myself, but I say more.
I saw a couple of other nods and some mores, yes, okay. So we agree, we learn more because of the device. I want you again to keep that in mind as we turn and transition to looking at the data together. Let's look at our elementary data first, broken into 2 grade bands, kindergarten through 2nd and 3rd through 5th for the full school year. This is going to account for both in-school and out-of-school device access. Starting with our youngest learners in kindergarten through second grade, the daily average screen time ranges from 22 minutes in kindergarten to 31 minutes in first grade to 36 minutes in second grade. These are modest numbers, and they reflect our intentional approach to limiting device time for our youngest students while purposely using technology. On the right-hand side, you're going to see our top 5 applications. These applications tell an important story on their own. Imagine Math, Lexia Core 5, Pebble Go, Seesaw, and Canvas. Every single one of these is an instructional tool. As you know, 2 are adaptive learning platforms providing personalized practice in math and reading. Pebble Go is our research database for our early learners, and Seesaw and Canvas serve as the learning management systems where students demonstrate and share their work with teachers and their families. We anticipate that this screen time data will decrease next year with the removal of Chromebooks from kindergarten and first grade classroom settings. Moving to grades 3 through 5, we see screen time increase, 55 minutes in third grade, 64 in fourth, and 73 in fifth. That increase is expected and appropriate. Students in these grades are doing more research, more writing, more project-based work, and more independent learning, all of which require more device time. You will see a shift in our top applications. Lexia Core 5 and Imagine Math do remain, joined by Canvas, Seesaw, and YouTube. We'll talk more about our YouTube access in just a moment. The overall picture at the elementary level is encouraging. Our students are spending moderate, purposeful times on devices, overwhelmingly on tools we've selected to support their learning. Before we move into our middle school and high school data, I want to take a moment to talk about 2 tools that are going to show up heavily in the data for those for secondary, Canvas and Securely Pass. Canvas. Canvas is our learning management system, and at the middle and high school level, it serves as the primary resource for their coursework. This includes their course organization, content delivery, assignments, and all of their curriculum resources. For example, students are provided a teacher's slides to have up on their screen to engage with the work as their teacher provides the instruction. This matters for the data you're about to see. At the secondary level, Canvas isn't a supplemental tool. It's where students go for nearly everything related to their classes. The second tool is Securely Pass, which you might be familiar with. It was formerly known as eHall Pass. This is a digital hall pass system that's currently in use at all of our middle schools and some of our high schools. Securely Pass replaces the traditional paper hall pass with a digital request and approval system that students and teachers use on their school-issued devices. It works by a student requests the pass, the teacher then approves it, and the system tracks that student's movement in real time throughout the school. Administrators also have the ability to set limits, capping how many students can be in a given location at once, scheduling appointments, or restricting certain students' movements. The system gives staff a live view of who is out of class and for how long. So again, as you look at the screen time totals for middle and high school, keep in mind, some of that time is not instructional at all. It's a student requesting to use the restroom or to walk to the library through Securely Pass. Often, students will have to wait for a digital pass to be approved during instruction. So I'll paint another picture for you. We don't want our teachers to be at their device the entire time. So while their Securely Pass is up, we don't want our teachers sitting behind their device. So when teachers do go back and check, that's when they grant the approval. So that could leave for students to have their Securely Pass open on their Chromebooks, sometimes for 10 or even 20 minutes, which is logged as screen time, even though they're not active on their device. Now we will look at the middle school screen time data for the full school year. You will notice that the daily average screen time runs higher than on the elementary level, as you'd expect. Screen time data shows 185 minutes in 6th grade, 172 minutes in 7th grade, and 175 minutes in 8th grade. These numbers level off across the 3 levels, which tells us that middle school students settle into a fairly consistent pattern of device usage across all 3 grade levels. For middle and high school on the right-hand side, you're going to see the top applications by engagements. An engagement is when a window is active during a 1-minute time frame. For example, if a student opens up Canvas and clicks on the teacher-provided link with the class agenda to their Google Slides, it creates 2 engagements, one for Canvas and one for Google Slides. The top 6 applications at the middle school level are Canvas, Google Slides, Google Docs, Synergy Student View, Securely Pass, and YouTube. 4 of these, Canvas, Slides, Docs, and Student View, are core instructional and academic tools. As we just discussed, Securely Pass usage does not reflect instructional time. Now let's move to the high school screen time data for the full school year. Here, you'll see the screen time actually trends downward as our students get older. 164 minutes in 9th grade, 141 minutes in 10th grade, 130 minutes in 11th, and 108 in 12th. That decline is worth noting. As students progress towards graduation, they rely less on device-based instruction and more on independent work, discussion-based courses, and in some cases, dual enrollment or off-campus learning. The top 5 applications here are Canvas, Google Docs, Google Slides, YouTube, and Synergy Student View. Given everything that we've just addressed, what we can, what we cannot measure, the context behind the numbers, and then the actual data that you've just seen, the natural next question is, what are we going to do about it? What strategies are we employing to support teachers in the effective use of educational technology tools? We are being intentional in 4 specific ways. First, we've analyzed our instructional and non-instructional uses of YouTube across our schools and across each level. For the upcoming 26-27 school year, we have restricted student YouTube access at both the elementary and middle school levels. Students at those levels will no longer be able to access or search YouTube independently. Instead, when a teacher wants the students to view a video that will help them for instructional support, the teacher will be able to embed that specific link within our approved platforms such as Seesaw, Canvas, or Google Slides. Second, we are implementing quarterly screen time reviews with principals. This will look like discussions at our league meetings where we will review the data with principals and our leadership teams will look for trends and we'll be able to engage in informed and proactive decisions and conversations about how we are leveraging our technology in our buildings. Third, we are conducting a thorough application analysis by grade level. We're taking a close look at the tools that are being used at each level, elementary, middle, and high school, and evaluating not just the volume of the use of the tools, but whether these applications are truly the right tools for the instructional purpose. Fourth, we are providing targeted training and communication regarding Securely. To support our staff, we will offer additional resources and training opportunities focused on how to best use the Securely platform to monitor and guide student Chromebook activity. Together, these strategies reflect our commitment to ensuring that technology use in VBCPS is purposeful, monitored, and continuously optimized. I'd like to take a minute to walk you through an example of how we're analyzing our data with a more critical lens. So I just mentioned that we are analyzing our application data more critically. Let's take a look at middle school math, and I'll walk you through the process that's going on right now behind the scenes. In past years, we've typically looked only at usage for the digital applications that have been purchased at the division level. This year, we're expanding that analysis to include every math application accessed by students throughout the school day. So on this slide, you'll see the results for middle school math. Students use 29 different math resources over the course of the year. You'll see in the chart, it's a mix of division contracted programs and division approved websites. What's happening now behind the scenes is the secondary math team has critically compared the usage of our contracted programs against these other resources. This gives us a better understanding of where the actual instructional needs lie. The team has also formed a math task force that met last week. The math task force has teachers and administrators, and they've reviewed this data to become more aware of where teachers are using and applying these applications. From there, the math team will make decisions with the task force and provide updates to the teachers at the middle school level to ensure high-quality instructional materials are being utilized purposefully. This critical analysis of applications is one example and will be vital as we analyze what tools are necessary to support our teachers and our next steps with screen time. Finally, I did want to acknowledge some of the work and the intentional strategies that we are doing as a result of Policy 6-18. So as we continue to support our pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade teachers through these changes, we have intentionally planned strategies to help them engage our students in rich, hands-on learning. Our first intentional strategy was to create a teacher advisory group to keep feedback ongoing and consistent throughout the year. This group will meet several times throughout the year and will share candid feedback on what's working and also surface challenges that we can help solve by providing guided support throughout the year. Over the summer, a curriculum design committee of kindergarten teachers, first grade teachers, and literacy leaders was formed to design independent learning tasks that are aligned to our core and supplemental curriculum. The tasks that they designed were intentional and targeted in their practice, rich with ongoing data for teachers, and clear and simple for all educators to implement. To strengthen kindergarten students' listening and language comprehension, we also purchased listening centers. These listening centers let students regularly hear text that's related and organized around topics that will help them build their background knowledge and their vocabulary. Additionally, all schools will receive a set of informational decodable books that will provide students hands-on practice with applying their decoding skills while they continue to build background knowledge over a variety of different topics. The committee also partnered with the Department of Instructional Technology, has built unplugged activities that connect our computer science standards to our core language arts curriculum. This same team gave important input that shaped the professional development for teachers and teacher assistants. There will be a short asynchronous video from the Department of Teaching and Learning with immersive hands-on experiences of the independent tasks that will be led by our literacy leaders.
Thank you, Dr. Goldberg. So I want to close where we started this morning, with that tablet in the trailer as the villain. The easy version of this story is the one the movie almost told. Technology is the problem, get it out, learning takes care of itself, and kids benefit. But it wouldn't serve the students we're responsible for. That monologue doesn't serve the students that we're responsible for. These students, our students, graduate into the world where knowing how to work alongside technology, judge it, and use it well isn't a luxury. Part of what it means to be the responsible, productive citizen our mission commits us to graduating. It's written throughout our strategic plan and future-ready profile. Avoiding technology doesn't protect them from the world. It leaves them less ready for it. There's something else to consider. We don't only have screen time numbers, and screen time was never meant to be read alone. We have several metrics that help us paint a picture of whether students are learning. Graduation rates, SOL results, the outcomes that this board reviews all year long. These are all instruments that help us understand if we are executing our responsibility well and can help us make great decisions for the benefit of our students. Now, some rightly say that there is evidence that too much technology harms kids. You're 100% correct. But look closely at the evidence at the type of screen time that evidence talks about. It is overwhelmingly from unstructured, unsupervised, recreational technology use, social media on phones, endless scrolling, and hours of passive consumption with no purpose behind them. That's real, and we definitely need to take it seriously. What that evidence does not describe is a student working alongside technology, learning about the problems with the Chesapeake Bay like you did. Harm lives in the unintentional use. Learning and engagement live in intentional use. The question for our school division is, how are we using technology? And that's a question that we can answer. So as we talk through this, I'd offer that question to carry into the conversation. Not how much screen time is too much. We've seen this morning that number alone can't answer those deeper questions. The better goal is making sure that technology in our classrooms is always serving engaged, purposeful learning, creating future opportunities for our students. And with that, I'd like to open the floor to your thoughts and any questions and comments that you may have.
Okay, Ms. Melnick?
Well, those were my thoughts, but I'm going to say it the Kim way. So could you please put up slide 11? Slide 11 is the picture grid. So first of all, let me say I am immensely proud of this school division. I am honored to sit here. I am honored to represent my district and actually everybody in the city of Virginia Beach. And no campaigning for me because I'm not running again. So this is just how I feel about this school division. Not only how they prepared my own kids for the next step, but what they're doing for all of our students, the 3 E's specifically, and the term that we use quite frequently, future ready. And what are we doing to be future ready? So if you look at this picture, you might say, okay, this is great. Are the kids on devices all the time? No. Again, for anybody watching, this is the intentional use of technology in our classrooms. And to repeat what Dr. Goldberg said, these are 5th graders coding fractions for a fraction challenge. 4th graders practicing, they were doing something with Britannica, correct? Students in picture 3 learning and researching the rock cycle. 6th graders in picture 4 writing a script for a history podcast project. 10th graders demonstrating, this has something to do with Tinkerpad in conjunction with the 3D printer, and high school students coding and being able to turn everyday objects into touchpads. So for those of us on the board, the 2 of us on the board who have been to all 85 of Virginia Beach City Public Schools, thank you, Mr. Bowensteel, for that. It's so important. This is not what you see in every single classroom every day. When you intentionally visit schools, you walk into classrooms and you see students writing and coloring and talking and discussing, teacher-led discussions, beautiful writing projects displayed in hallways. Don't forget that our kids have 45 minutes of PE every day, or is it 50? 40 minutes of PE every day. There's lunch, there's a 1 lunch at high school, there's art, there's music, and for those of you that remember many years ago, the fight for extra recess. I live in a neighborhood where I hear children, I live across the street from Christopher Farms Elementary, where I hear children outside playing every single day. And in the classrooms, they're becoming future ready because Not only do we expect that and want that for our students, that is what is expected of students leaving high school. They expect it at the collegiate level, where you will be computer savvy enough to be able to function without textbooks and turning in all assignments, not on typed papers, but via Canvas. We expect kids, I own a company where nobody draws anymore except on a computer, it's CAD, right? Nobody unrolls plans anymore and physically measures and produces my product based on handwritten notes from architectural plans. My hope for this board moving forward is that the people who are making decisions, educational decisions for our students, are not so myopic in thought and not driven by sources that are myopic in thought. Our students deserve the very best, and we as a board cannot continue to live in a world of theory instead of what the rest of us experience every day, reality. Thank you for the intentional use of technology in our classrooms. You've hammered that word home in this entire presentation. We are intentional. And so I will tell you that my little niece, my precious little Mia, is entering first grade. She just finished kindergarten at Kingston. And last weekend, I said, you know, Mia, you're not going to be able to use a computer anymore in first grade. They're gone. And she says, what do you mean? I go to Kingston. That's what she said, but I go to Kingston. And so another parent overheard that conversation whose child goes to Kingston and said, what do you mean? These parents have no idea what we've done. Something I voted against. What we've done, they have no idea what's next. These parents like that small amount of time. And one parent said, I just didn't want them to come home at night. What do you mean? Just don't send them home. Let there be intentional use in the classrooms. And we've taken that away. We've taken that away from our students. We've taken that away from our teachers. And sadly, we've now given an extra burden to our LMSs, who now have to make sure that our first graders and our kindergartners are meeting the state standards, which were easily met in a classroom. And so, thank you. Thank you, and keep using the word intentional and make sure parents really understand that, because parents have no idea. They're going to be surprised in August.
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. Okay, so I took a whole bunch of notes, and forgive me if I just go through the slides where I've written down things, because this was a very thorough presentation. I totally agree with too much versus used well. That should be the focus of what we're doing. I know that you guys talked about how the clock doesn't stop for a lecture. The lock screen should be accounted for with users. My only concern is that that's happening across the division. So when we're looking at the amount of time students are on their computer as a whole, we still account for that at every level, maybe not at our youngest learners because the teachers are right there with them and they're just learning to use, but with our secondary students, that is going to be the same-ish on both middle and high school. So I just wanted to make sure that, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not wrong about that, correct? Okay. So in slide 5 where it says what we cannot see, personal device usage, I agree with that, except for because of the state policy, students should not be on their devices at school because they're not allowed. So I don't know, I know that, you know, phones, home computers, tablets, if the device isn't ours, we really can't navigate that. And so I kind of feel like that's something that if a parent is giving a child a device, that is a parent issue. But what Mrs. Melnick did say, which is not bringing our devices home, that's something we need to consider, because those are ours. And so handing a student a device to take home to then have parents monitor or students self-monitor is something we need to consider, that is something that we need to do a better job of monitoring their home usage. And yes, we do have to account for homework, but we also have to account for if it is unlimited, time on their home Wi-Fi or their home internet, that, we can do a better job of limiting or restricting some of that usage going forward. That's just my thoughts. Another thing that I wanted to highlight on slide 7, the Chai and Wiley across the dozens of classrooms, what student is doing predicts learning, not the device. And I just wanted to state that in this whole conversation, there isn't a handbook or a guideline that says to us, this is how much time we're supposed to be using for the kids. This is exactly what, apps we should be doing. We are trying to figure this out together. And so I think that it's great that we're having these ongoing conversations. I love that we're going to keep being presented with the data so that we can make what we think are the best decisions. We might not always get it 100% right the first time. That's part of it because this is so uncharted. But I think that having so much focus on the intentionality and so much focus on trying to do the best for our students with the knowledge that we currently have, and then moving forward is really, really important. I know that, Mr. Din, you talked about the interactive piece on slide 8, building on ideas with another person. You talked about the teacher being the other person, but I also want to emphasize it also has to be peer-to-peer collaboration. This is something that many, many colleges have been talking about that, and I'll go on, I have another thought about this at the end. College students are struggling with peopling with their own peers. They are so used to, and these are our my oldest was a 8th grader during COVID. His beginning of high school, he was literally communicating with his friends only through technology, because that's all we had at the time. But they're becoming so used to that, technology being their only form of communication, that it is then a struggle to have a face-to-face conversation. It is a struggle to have face-to-face collaboration. That's where I want to make sure we are intentionally having opportunities with technology to have that peer-to-peer engagement. And I think that's a really important piece to make sure our students are future ready, that we do it hand in hand, both technology and with our collaboration with peers, and learning to talk to our staff in a face-to-face way, as you mentioned. I also just wanted to say that I'm not exactly sure. You have 5 applications, the top 5 for K-2, top 5 for 3rd to 5th, top 6 for middle school, and then top 5 for high school. I'm assuming that Securely Pass is also in the top 6 for high school. Yes? And I only say that because it's, with secure, are these top 6 in order? I'm just confused.
So I included top 6 for middle school, just to point out where YouTube was to give you the example of what we're doing as a mitigating measure moving forward.
Okay, and so that's what I was confused about. I was like, why did we do 6 for middle school?
Yes.
Okay, that was the reason I was asking, because I'm assuming that I know we also do Securely Pass. And so even with everything, our middle schoolers are still the highest amount of users. And so that's something that we really do need to consider, is that, and our secondary, I don't know, I can surmise that our seniors are the lowest users because we have early release or late arrival with our seniors. They're not always there the whole day, and having my own senior, upcoming senior, she was very excited to have early release. So that would be a reason for the usage to go down because our seniors are not there the full day. But I do think that we should take a look at our middle school usage being the highest and having it be more in line with what our high schoolers are using in general. And that can be something that we can work towards. And in that same vein, I wrote down that perhaps, and I don't know if we can do this, but this is just a thought, access to so many apps and resources that maybe we don't need access to all the students all the time. Like when you're in history class, you have the resources available to you for that class. I know that in talking to some of my children and their friends, many of them talk about, well, I was doing homework for this class while this class was going on. And so they're not paying attention to what they should be paying attention to because they have access to everything. Does this make sense? And so I don't know if that's possible to do, but I do think that that would also help in both middle school and the high school level if we're giving them access to the resources they need in the class that they're in, and that we're like, you don't need, for example, Math IXL if you're in science class, because that's your homework that you should be doing at home. So that's just an idea. And so, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, just a couple of thoughts. So it would, to be transparent, it would be nearly impossible to turn off some of the apps the way that you're stating. But I think to answer your question, a good solution would be us prioritizing the training around our securely, right? So a teacher should be monitoring as they're able and have securely up. So if a student in a history class is on IXL, they would shut that down or ask the student to get back on task, right? So that's the conversation around like that monitoring and that training, right? We do also have what are called allow list. Thank you, right? Thank you. I'm looking back at my team. Allow list. Part of our essential training at middle school is going to include some conversation around allow list. So if you're the teacher, Ms. Rogers, you would have an allow list of what your kids are allowed to get on during that time. But again, that would be if the teacher's willing to do it and our ITSs are trained to support them in that.
Okay, perfect. And again, this was just my thoughts. It wasn't that we need to, but I didn't know if it was possible. Obviously, I am not the IT expert in my family, so I'm just kind of throwing out ideas. And at the end, harm lies in an unintentional use, which I completely agree with. That was a statement that Mr. Din made, which is why we need to be intentional with how we pair technology with hands-on experiences and peer-to-peer interactions. And so I mentioned the peer-to-peer, but I think that when you pair technology with those hands-on experiences, that's when we're going to get the most bang for our buck. I think, there is so much that is great about technology, but I do think that as a parent, where I'm concerned about overuse is that this is all I'm engaged with all day. I'm not engaging with the person next to me. I'm not engaging, with a lot of my peers, and then I'm going home and I'm also not engaging. And I think that's where we really need to be intentional, is that engagement. And I just said future ready, and I already said this, means understanding how to talk to adults, how to talk to peers, how to collaborate, and not only understanding tech, but how to people and engage with people. And so I think if we focus on those together, we will do a great job of servicing our students to be ready for our community.
Thank you. And we have a couple of folks in line here, and I just want to point out the time because I want to make sure that we leave ample opportunity. I know that we have quite a bit on the calendar, and I don't know if my colleagues want to break or not, but take a poll, basically. Dr. Green.
Thank you, Dr. Goldberg and Mr. Din, for your presentation. And what I truly appreciate is the explanation on what is actually screen time. And that brings me to more so a comment Then a question with regards to slides 16 and 17, where we talk about the middle and high school screen time. And what jumped out at me on those two, slides 17 and 18, what jumped out at me was the big difference for our transition grades with screen time, such as in sixth grade, the 10-point differentiation in usage, and then the same thing in high school. And one could hypothesize, and I guess the reason why I bring this up, because I would hate for our community to think the minute the kids hit a new level, all of a sudden, you know, they're doing more with screen time. But do you believe or think some of it, and I'm just thinking about from having transitioned many students from different levels, getting the acclimation to new routines, teachers reminding students, hey, you need to put this away, get that out. Any thoughts as to also maybe that is part of the reason why for our sixth graders, which is a transition grade, and ninth graders, that the screen time is significantly higher?
Yeah, I would agree. I think you have to imagine that they're going to a middle school where there's a lot more freedom, and they're, testing the waters, learning what their boundaries are, right? And so I think that's an excellent summary, and certainly something that when we're working with our principals in the upcoming year, we can keep that in mind and have those conversations.
Thank you.
Mr. Cummings?
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing, and I appreciate, Chair, your reminder about their calendars. I'm a lover if I'm given a time block that we stick to blocks, but I do have a couple questions. And I think mostly my questions are, I heard about our display time, idle time, and are we able to lower that to like 2 minutes to 5 minutes or something like that in order to avoid, this large time?
Certainly can.
Yeah.
It's a balance, right? Because as soon as you lower that, that means kids get locked out sooner. That means they have to spend time logging in sooner, especially in younger grades. That can be more difficult, provides a little bit extra work the teachers may have to do if students need assistance getting logged in, that type of thing. So it's a balance.
Yeah.
We've had 10 minutes for a while. Yes, it can absolutely be reduced. I think that's a conversation that we can have with ITSs and stuff to determine if that's something that we want to change.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just my first thought, just as I'm listening, is, the reduction of the idle time. And, I mean, we have data now for a couple of years and see if that drops the number, if that really is an influencer or not. And I think my other two questions are just as I'm reading the intentional strategies for K through 12, one of the biggest things that I always hear about from parents, and this is probably in the top bucket, like top 5 things, is middle school use computer time, middle school use game time, middle school use browsing and shopping, ordering pizza, shopping, and all types of different things. And I think that's where I'd like to dive deeper as a board member, is that I know that Securely does give us access to reports on categories of what websites are being consumed by our users. And I feel like that I would like to see something on a more macro level of what that actually looks like from a student, reporting feature. And then I know that keeping up with gaming and students and everything is very difficult, as there's always new ways. But I would really like to understand a little more about how is Securely working as a vendor, or how as an institution are we able to be more proactive in identifying some of the URL tricks that are out there, it's like word.word.word.com or something like that, where people are circumnavigating web filters. Because I do think there's some opportunities to leverage, our AI services to look at all the websites students are visiting and just asking, AI being like, here's a game, what should be triggered? How can we be more proactive? Because this is a bucket that if you were to ask me as a board member, I hear a lot about from our community. One particular story stands out where the parent was saying, it was either a parent or a teacher was saying that the student's playing Minecraft on their computer, but on Securely it shows up as like a Google sheet or an academic thing. And so I mean, I know it's always cat and mouse, right? And it's difficult, and I definitely understand that. But I just wonder how we pivot, or how the vendor is pivoting to be very proactive in this, because to me, that's something that I hear one of the biggest complaints from our parents from.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
I am happy, if you would like, to have you come to my office. I would be happy to dig into securely what those dashboards look like and stuff with you.
I know it's been a pending offer. Life is. I do think though that I think though that like the dashboard stuff and the information, I do think it's something that the board would probably find relevant for a good portion of folks, is just seeing, what it is our students are diving into. And then I think the final piece that I wanted to touch on is like, what does out of school time look like for our Chromebooks as well? And I know that that's probably I don't know what the metric looks like, but I'm curious, like the total hours of, if we can even track that. I know Securely can provide internet usage for out of school time, but I think that's something that I'm also curious about, as other board members have said, like we're giving people devices, and yes, there's parental responsibility, but I think it's also important to remember in our economic times that many of our parents are working outside the tradition of 9 to 5 hours. And so, I think that I'm just kind of curious to know if our kids are on Chromebooks tons amounts of times and whatnot. So those are just my initial thoughts. I think, the guardrails that we're looking at, I think everything that you present upon, it makes sense to me. These are just like the big lingering thoughts that I have in my head.
Ms. Dwyer?
Okay, so great, David, very clever, like the opening. And you're right, technology is everywhere and in everything. And I'm listening to some of my colleagues, and I'm a little taken aback as the parent of 5 children. The burden of responsibility was on me to make sure that my children were doing and keeping up to what was required from them at school, not on the teachers, not on you guys. So I apologize. I saw this presentation as very intentional, and I like that you mentioned that word several times, and I learned a lot. Thank you. There were things that you showed me about screen time that I wasn't aware of. And I want to speak to this board. The teachers, our teachers are doing everything possible in school that I can see. And when those students leave the classroom, it's not incumbent on the teachers to make sure that students are off social media when they themselves as parents are on social media a lot. And I think that's where the children are learning from, their parents, because children learn what they live. And as far as monitoring and whatnot, I feel like our teachers are doing exactly what they're required to do. And I don't think any further responsibility should be encumbered on them. I think it's time the parents step up to the plate. And I liked earlier when we talked about looping the community in, and maybe they just need to be reminded. As far as students in high school on computers less, well, that makes sense. They've learned how to efficiently navigate the system. They know when to cut it off. They're more aware. The middle schoolers are younger, more immature, speaking, not all of them, but a lot of them. And they're learning for the first time. So that made sense to me, and I'm glad to see that. That was encouraging to me that there's less screen time in high school. And I just want to remind everybody, we did take out the phones. And so now, with students not constantly having to be barraged by social media in school on school time, why don't we encourage parents to get their children involved in extracurricular activities like the arts? When I went to see that play, it was life-changing for me at Woodstock because I saw students that did interact with one another, did make friendships, and like Ms. Melnick mentioned earlier about students out on the playground, to me, that's normal. And they were doing what I consider normal and healthy things for children to be doing. So maybe we should encourage, I don't know, I can encourage too. My kids were in a lot of extracurriculum activities. There was a balance is what I'm trying to say. And that's where they got their social skills, how to talk to adults. They went to church. So I'm hoping that I see the work that's been done here today and the effort, and I appreciate especially the effort because I did vote for it in not allowing Chromebooks with the younger learners. And so I appreciate that effort, and it remains to be seen how that pans out. But thank you. Thank you for the transparency, and thank you for the enlightenment today. Appreciate you both.
Ms. Felton?
Thank you, Chair Brown. I'm going to try to stick with my script that I have here, so I won't go overtime. But I'd just like to say thank you for this thorough presentation. Really great. I've learned a lot from it, and more so, especially I can have more decent conversation with my community as well. And I like the intro that we had with Tom Hanks, who is known as the American Dad, that brought that in. That's his nickname. So I like what slide 11 talked with me about, and it gave me an explanation of what we are doing, making our students future ready. They're becoming global learners, and they're engaging proficiently and sufficiently in the classroom. That's what I got from slide 11. Also, I like the thing that you're having concerning our teachers, the support that you're giving them, the professional development that they're getting, and the engagement with the principals as well. That means a lot because they are the guiding light in our classroom and in the structure that we are talking about and that we are doing. I am glad to see that they are getting the support that they need to move forward with this as well. AI give us content, but common sense media provide guideline and safety. Those are some of the things that I saw you talking on today concerning this particular genre that we're going in. Our community is concerned, but what you presented today and what we're hearing is going to allow us to have a more decent and more engaging conversation with them to let them know that what you're doing. We're just not throwing things out there. We're actually doing a thorough, intentional presentation here and what we're doing, implementation. Moving forward, I cannot wait to see and hear in our quality meeting what all these things you're doing will come and provide and bring forth. Again, AI is it just provide content, but common sense media is safety and guidelines, and thank you so much for what you're doing. Appreciate you.
Mr. Culpepper?
Thank you. Sorry, hang on. Thanks for all that. Kind of, as we were talking before about the AI presentation, I'm kind of repeating my colleagues here a little bit, but it's okay. This very deliberate approach to this issue is very positive. I am a little discombobulating because it's kind of disappointing to hear my colleague, hurl insults at others simply because, well, by declaring their views myopic simply because they aren't the same as theirs. I think pointing fingers in that manner only serves to drive a wedge between members of this board and make this complex discussion more difficult. So I appreciate how deliberate you're being and the details you're providing. This leads me really just to one question. Have we eliminated the use of devices in kindergarten through second grade?
For next school year?
Yes.
The new policy 6-18 is for pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade devices in the classroom setting. No devices.
Okay, so have we eliminated the use of devices for kindergartners and first graders?
In the classroom setting, yes.
I'm going to make you answer the question the way I asked it. Have we eliminated the use of devices for kindergartens and first graders?
No.
Thank you.
All right. I appreciate all of this information, and I am encouraged that, based on my recollection, these numbers for the amount of time that our students are on devices are lower than they were last time we got this presentation. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
And I do want to comment on the AI exercise really quick. And I don't need a response, but I just wanted to make my input known. I know that we were actively using the device for 7 minutes, but at the time that I was using that note catcher, I was using the device to help me formulate those notes. So I think it was really more than 7 minutes. You know, and truth be told, it was a 22-minute exercise with screen time, and so I think that it's kind of hard to take that data and then say for sure, you know, well, our kids aren't on the screens, you know, but the computers may very well be in front of them a lot more, and so I just wanted to indicate that, but I didn't think it was fair because I had jumped ahead on the slides. I am concerned that the middle school is a little higher than high school, and I would like to see us, you know, kind of try to work to level that out. And then I wanted to ask about those graphs for screen time. Did we use the same data set that we pulled? So I know we're seeing these reductions. Is this based on the same exact data that we reviewed when we reviewed this last time? To come up with these,
Yes.
this information
Yes, to answer your
set?
question, we do, and it's been an ongoing discussion because there are new platforms that have become available, but it's been important to Mr. Den and I to use the same platform to ensure that we're providing you the same data. If we do transition, we will show you kind of how it changes between the platforms. But as of now, we have to use the same platform for the same data, yes.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that, because that means that, you know, we are seeing some meaningful, you know, reductions, and we are intentionally trying to move in the right direction. And then lastly, I see that a lot of these are based on averages, and I don't need this right now because this is a future thing, but I would be interested in seeing what these numbers look like for the median as well. So that's what I've got, and thank you. Due to time, colleagues, do you want to continue with the calendars, part 1 and 2? And if anybody needs to take a break, you guys can go ahead and do that. And so we welcome Matthew Delaney, Chief Schools Officer, and James Smith, Senior Executive Officer, Middle School.
Good morning. That's going to be a tough act to follow. 2 really informative sessions. I've learned something every time I've seen those, so I appreciate the information. We're going to engage in some conversations around the school calendar. So good morning, Chairwoman Brown, Vice Chair Weems, Dr. Robertson, school board members. I'm Matt Delaney, and I serve as Chief Schools Officer, and I'm going to facilitate a discussion and work session around the school calendar. We're going to break this up, as you see in the agenda, and Dr. Robertson talked about this a little bit in the intro, into 3 parts. Part 1, we're going to talk about and review the already approved 26-27 school calendar, how it was developed. I know there's some new members of the board that were not part of that process. Once we go through part 1, we'll move to part 2. We're going to work hard to receive school board consensus on some parameters to be considered for the 27-28 and 28-29 school calendars. Probably take a break for lunch, and when we return from lunch in part 3, we're going to participate in the creation of draft calendars. When I say draft, it's really a simulation, as Dr. Robertson said, just give you the experience to see what that looks like based on the parameters that you set in part 2. In all likelihood, we'll just do 1 year, so the group can just engage in that one group, so we'll probably look at 27-28. Dr. Smith will facilitate that simulation, In each session, there's time to engage in discussion and to ask some questions. So in this portion of the presentation, I'm going to review the process because I know there were some questions around the 26-27 calendar. I'm going to review the process we followed in developing the improved calendar for the 26-27 school year. I'm going to address pertinent policies. When I address those policies, you want to keep that in mind for Part 2 and Part 3 as well. Key themes from our community survey results, the efforts of the Calendar Development Committee, and the timeline for school board approval. Then I'm just going to spend a brief few moments going over 26-27 calendar. I think what I really want you to take away from that is the extensive process that is followed to get a approved school calendar. As a reminder, the calendar was approved at the same time as the 25-26 calendar. So I'm not going to go back through last year's calendar, but we had a 2-year calendar approved as requested by the school board following the 24-25 school calendar approval process. So I do want to address a couple of policy things that you want to be aware of, and Dr. Robertson shared this policy in his introduction of the agenda. It's guided, our development process is guided by School Board Policy 6-12, which states that the calendar should indicate pertinent dates and information essential to the operation of the division schools. The calendar shall be planned by the superintendent and staff in cooperation with patron organizations and approved by the school board. So again, when we get the calendar committee together, that's a group of that's our patron organization. Even though the school board will be engaging in activity to draft the calendars, policy requires that to be planned in staff cooperation, so I'll share what that looks like later. Policy 6-113 is again one that you want to keep in the forefront of the conversations through the remainder of the 3-part session. Policy 6-13, the standard school year shall be at least 180 instructional days. The standard school day for students in grades 1 through 12 shall average at least 5.5 hours, excluding intermissions for meals. If you take a moment to read through the second part of that policy in conversations with Ms. Linetti, we're not certain that portion is required any longer. Importance of understanding that policy is also understanding what is written in Virginia Code, and I've highlighted where you will see the difference in state code from our policy. So state code talks about each school shall have a standard school year of at least 180 teaching days. Here's the big difference, or a total of at least 990 teaching hours per year. So as you see, our policy does not include the language of or a total of at least 980 teaching hours per year in their initial language that I showed in the previous slide. We also talk about when developing a school calendar, we take into account our teacher contracts based on Virginia Code. A standard teacher contract is 200 days. We've not traditionally encumbered teachers with the full 200 days. We encumber 193 teacher contract days. The staff days include in-service week and staff days identified throughout the year. The other 7 days of the contract are considered unencumbered. So now I'm just going to take you through kind of the process we use to create the 26-27 school calendar. We began the school calendar development process in this room at the school board retreat in July of 2024. At that time, we conducted an exercise with the members of the school board to create a consensus on the parameters that were to be in place when developing the 25-26 calendars and the 26-27 calendars. Consensus was provided on the items listed on the screen: 180 instructional days, 13 staff days, the holiday, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, a 2-week winter break, a maximum of 6 days for teacher in service week, 2 staff days at the end of the first quarter, 2 staff days at the end of the first term, and a limitation on adjusted dismissal days. Please note that these parameters are then given to the Calendar Development Committee as they develop a calendar. In September of 2024, a community survey was provided. As you can see on the slide, we had 6,836 total respondents from a variety of stakeholder groups. I'll not go over the totality of the survey results, but you are able to see the overall themes listed on the slide. Give you a moment to take a look at those themes. I will say that share that the three most important factors for respondents when considering school calendars included the school start date, the school end date, and the length of breaks. Lengths of breaks was the most important factor listed. After receiving the survey results, we convened a calendar work group in September. This group included parents, school-based administrators, teachers, central support staff, and community members. The group was tasked with developing a pre-Labor Day and a post-Labor Day calendars for 2025-26 and the 2026-27 school years. The draft calendars had to incorporate the areas of school board consensus and take into account information from the community survey. They were provided draft calendars and worked in groups to revise the draft calendars for presentation to the school board. At that time, we had not settled on a pre-Labor Day start for those 2 years, so the group was tasked with creating calendars with both start dates. I will share with you our first pre-Labor Day calendar was 24-25. We finalized the calendar approval process with a series of school board presentations. The first presentation to the school board was October 8th during the school board workshops. Revisions based on school board feedback were incorporated in the October 2024 October 22nd, 2024 school board information session. Additional revisions were requested, and the calendars were approved during action at the November 12th school board meeting. So in totality, I hope you hear the words revisions and adjustments that were made throughout that process. And for those of you who were on the school board at the time, I'm certain you recall the significant efforts that were done by both staff and the school board to come to the approval process. It was hours and hours of discussion throughout the entire process. So I'd like to take a moment just to quickly review the 26-27 calendar. All of you should have a copy in your packet of the 26-27 calendar. It looks just like what's on the screen. And I'm just going to walk you through some key components of that calendar. If you look on August 14th would be the first day, technical day of in-service week, but we have considered that a flex day for staff. So when I talk about revisions, I'll just share this was one of those. When the committee developed the first calendar, that 14th was not a flex day. It was a staff day. That flex day was determined when it was revised throughout the process. Staff are back in on the 17th through the 21st for in-service week, and the first day of school for students is August 24th. You will note on September 4th, that's a holiday that is mandated by state law, that if you start before Labor Day, that Friday must be a holiday and a day off from school. And then you have Labor Day on the 7th. I want to draw your attention to September 28th. That is a staff day. During the calendar committee conversation, there was a lot of discussion, should that staff day be at this time or in the third quarter? And we landed on the 28th for two reasons. One, that's a time where we end the 4x4 report card in the first term, and it's also a time where our elementary school folks felt like they could have data at that point that could allow them to meet and discuss and make adjustments as needed. You look in November, we have the 2 staff days in November. Again, that matches what the 3rd is election day and is now a flex day on November 3rd. You look at November 25th, that's the Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving, which is a holiday. And then when you look in December, you will see the 2 weeks for the holiday break where the staff and students return on January 4th. And then if you look at the end of January, the 25th, 26th are the 2 staff days with the parameters that were listed for the calendar committee. If you go through into April, you see a staff day on the 9th, and then you will see at the end in June, I'm going to go all the way to June, you see where graduation dates are from the 8th to the 12th. You look at the 8th, 9th, and 10th are adjusted dismissal days for our high school students. You look at the 11th is the last day of school and an adjusted dismissal for all students. And the 13th and final staff day is the flex day on the 14th. So as you review this calendar, you will see where all the parameters were set up and the decisions that were made as the school board approved that calendar. So that is a quick kind of run through in part 1 in terms of getting an overview of the calendar for next school year. Not sure if there's questions or discussions or any other elements around the current calendar for next year.
I have a question. This has been asked of me by our staff and constituents. Tell me about graduation week. And I heard, but I'm trying to verify. Are we locked into that week because of graduation and the convention center? Can we not change our graduation week at all, even in the future?
So to your question for next year, no.
Well, I know next
When you look
year
at the
is
future calendars, we are locked in for the next 2 years, and when Dr. Smith walks you through the simulation, you'll see those dates listed.
Okay.
We work with the convention center to see if they'll give us any flexibility on blocking a couple of weeks, but as you can imagine, as a convention center, it's hard for them to commit to that level. So right now, we're locked in here, we're locked into 27, 28, and we are locked into 28, 29.
So we have to then work with these dates until 28, 29. But there is a possibility to negotiate that in the future.
Yes.
After these, like, obviously, graduations have already been started, been planned now for next year, and that is okay. I'm just, like, it's been my understanding that we can't, that everyone's, we can't change it because of the convention center. I didn't know what the agreement was with the convention center to understand, and again, I get it when we're planning this for now, that this is what we're locked in for now, but I'm thinking more ahead of what we could possibly do with it. So that was my question.
So just for the record, we did hear from the Jewish community, and you will be happy to know that Rosh Hashanah will not fall on a school day as it did so many years ago. It's been longer than we thought, but they've sent the calendar through for the next 5 years.
And you will see in the draft calendars provided by Dr. Smith, those holidays are listed on those draft calendars.
Yeah,
So
and I
that does
thank you
give
for
us,
that.
and we do have a member from the Jewish community that participates on this calendar committee, at least participated last time.
I greatly appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, and we're just talking about this upcoming school year's
Correct. Part two
calendar.
will move into the next phase.
Okay, so, and I'm just going to say this, I didn't vote for the 26, 27, or the 25, 26 calendar, as you're aware, I was here, and there's no such thing as a perfect calendar. There's a lot of opinions. The calendar discussions, they get dicey. They really do. It's an experience, and it's a process to go through it, and so I know that there has been members of the community that have asked for us to change this and build in extra days. And, I've told people as they've asked me this, hey, I understand, since I've been on the board, there hasn't been a single day that we haven't had an inclement weather day. And so I can understand that. But I do think, so far as this calendar, I don't think we should change it, but I do think that if there's going to be a makeup, that should be known as early, and I know we have to be able to pivot, but if we can put that information out there, like, this is the day that I will plan to use if there was an inclement weather day or, an emergency closure. And so that's my thought, and I don't know if my colleagues share those thoughts or not, but Ms.
No,
Andrews.
if I can comment on that, Ms.
Yeah.
Brown, I think it's a great question. A lot of that is determined when that inclement weather happens and where that space lives. And I appreciate your comments around the challenge of the calendar, because, and I really appreciate you saying we will never have a perfect calendar that's developed. And I think as we move into the next phase, the statement I think often around our calendars, it is a symbol of what we value. And I think that's where the challenge comes in with people asking those questions. But it's a lot easier when we have inclement weather at the start of the year, where we have more of those abilities on staff days to put those in there. Much more challenging when you do that, like the past year, where we did not have that leeway so close to spring break. But I appreciate that question.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
And I was going to piggyback off of that, exactly what Mr. Delaney said. I know that our last part of the problem was that our makeup had to be within Q4. And there is very few days when you're coming towards the end of the school year. That's just the way it happens. And that's why I think that really looking at our policy and aligning it with what the state is allowing us to do will help us better create more flexibility, because we can obviously not predict the weather. We cannot predict when we're going to have inclement weather. And especially, you know, with the way things are going, we just don't, you can't foresee when that's going to happen. So allowing ourselves that flexibility, that should we need to switch from counting days to counting hours, we have that ability to do that. And then we're not asking more of our community because our calendar is set and we don't have the days available to be made up. So that's what I would like to see, and I'll put it out there, is that we adjust our policy to reflect what the state allows.
Dr. Green?
Thank you. Mr. Delaney, I feel your pain.
I know.
And I don't know if some of my colleagues on the board are aware, there was a time where I sat on that committee because of, you remember all the drama one year we had when we changed contracts for school counselors. So there are many variables. I say that because not only is it driven also by community needs, which is very important as well, but also their staffing because of contractual requirements. And then in addition, unless something has changed in the last few years, there are course requirements for awarding credit as well, the Carnegie units, even with some of our CTE courses. Those students, in order to receive the industry certifications, they have to have so many hours. So we have a lot of competing priorities. So I ask that you not forget that. There are so many priorities that are competing. All of them are important. So just please keep that in mind.
Well, I appreciate that, Dr. Green, because I know that probably perked up Dr. Trotman over there from the HR perspective, where we have somewhere almost like 8 calendars that we have to go through, and the HR component is hugely important. An example I'll give you, if we say that Election Day is not a staff day and it's a holiday, that's a holiday then for 12-month employees. So it impacts how they work that calendar. I think as we move through this process, as you start thinking about AP exams, SOL tests, we have the ability where we're going to have to structure our SOL calendar closer to the end of the year than we were previously in terms of what the guidelines are. So those are all things we have to factor in that hopefully when you go through the simulation, you'll get a little taste of that.
Ms. Melnick?
So what is this? We're not going to try to redo this, right?
I hope not. I think what we are looking for at this point was just
I
saying
saw
no
this-
adjustments.
I was hoping this was not a little activity, because I am not interested in redoing the work of the calendar committee. Unbelievable what they do and what they bring forward. I'm sure came with a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. And so I was just super interested in the second half of this.
Me.
Okay, perfect.
Ready? All right, this is where it gets fun. This is where Ms. Melnick's talking about where it gets interesting. So it will require, and Ms. Brown, I'll rely on you a lot to help facilitate kind of the timing and movement on this, because there are some discussion points through it, and I don't want to overstep my bounds in terms of putting that on. I know we've got plenty of time to go through this part. But part 2 is really where we're going to start to develop the parameters for the next calendar development. Again, we're going to briefly review relevant policy and regulations. I'm going to share some comparison data with you from other school divisions, calendars, and we will look to come to consensus on some calendar parameters that will then inform the calendar committee moving forward. To Ms. Melnick's point, I'm going to reiterate in part 3, you're just going to go through the simulation of those calendars that are in your packets, but that's for post-lunch activity. Yeah, so don't bother too much with those right now, please. Don't get ahead of yourself. All right, so when you look at the combination now between our, just sharing this screen again that gives you the side-by-side difference of our policy and code. We have always operated under the principle of at least 180 instructional days when we've developed this calendar. For contextual purposes, there's times this calendar's been 183 days, there's been times it's been 182 days, there's been times it's been 181, but in my recollection, we've never gone under 180. It does create challenges, as Ms. Brown talked about, is when we build in days. I'm old enough to remember when we held Saturday school because we did not have the opportunity to make up time, and we all kind of remember the challenge that posed with students coming to school on a Saturday. Sorry to bring that up for those of you that were working in buildings like myself at that time. I've recovered from the trauma. But those are some of the differences in terms of what was done during those days, just giving historical context for you guys. But this needs to stay in the forefront of our minds as we move through this process. Just to give you some school calendar comparisons across the Commonwealth, thank you to Dr. Bannicky and her team in the Office of Planning, Innovation, and Accountability. They did a review of some school division instructional days reports that were provided by the VDOE. In our review, there's no information on school calendars across the state that create a calendar based on hours or on days. This appears to be more of a policy issue. In a review of a few school division policies, divisions with less than 180 days tend to have policy language that matches the Virginia Code. If divisions report fewer than 180 days to the VDOE, the calendar converts to teacher hours reported to the department. As you can see on the slide, 64 of the 131 school divisions have a minimum 180-day school calendar. 9 of the 15 Region 2 school divisions, including VBCPS, have a 180 school day calendar, and 3 of the 7 comparable school divisions have a 180 school day calendar. By comparable school divisions, those are the divisions that we usually include in our student achievement data for your purposes. So when we get to the discussion, a couple things here that we're just kind of have to discuss and see if where we are in any level of agreement there. We may not get there today. The goal is not to say we're going to have the calendar done, but the goal is to say, are we in a position to start working with the calendar committee? So the first question of discussion is, will School Board Policy 613, school day and school hours, be revised? This does not hold up our ability to move forward, so we don't have to answer this today, but it's just when we start looking to move forward with that planning, we are going with the current school board policy, and we would take it from the minimum of 180 school days. But if we believe it needs to be revised to something different that matches the state code, or even if we don't, if we say it stays there, we're going to need to know the number of instructional days, if it changes to include hours or hours that the school board wishes to follow. And that becomes, when you start going to that end, a very tricky conversation, which again is why I say most school divisions do the days, and they just ensure the hours meet. So Ms. Brown, I didn't know if you wanted to go into this portion of the conversation now just to get those thoughts, or if you want me to move forward with the other discussion points and then go on to the next slides of the parameters.
I think this area is probably going to be the meatiest part of the discussion, and so I think we'll go ahead. Ms. Melnick?
So let's talk about what you just said about, and I think this is where our hiccup was, right? That we could have used, so the day that we had to make up with the 10 minutes a day. Does it need to be written into policy that we can revert to the number of hours to satisfy that school day? Is that what has to happen? And I'm asking for the public. So
I'm going to take that one, Ms. Melnick. Okay. A little bit closer. Policy 613 would allow an alternative schedule if it's different from what you approve, but it would have to go to the school board to approve it. So it's anticipating that you're going to get 180 days, but it does read the school division may develop alternative schedules for meeting these requirements as long as a minimum of 990 hours of instructional time is provided for grades 1 through 12. Such alternative plans must be approved by the school board. Now, this is where we said, and by the Virginia Board of Education to guidelines established by the Board of Education. That's no longer the procedure. You just at the end of the year, the chair and the superintendent confirm for VDOE you either did the 990 or 180 hours. So your policy could be cleaned up a little bit, but it does allow, when you need to do an alternative schedule, to do that.
Wouldn't it just be simple if we cleaned up the policy and didn't talk about this for like 16 hours? Like, could we just clean up the policy so that if we're ever in a position where we're talking about one day, I don't think anybody would argue if we had a full week of school missed for a hurricane or a snowstorm, that we're all of a sudden going to say, that week doesn't matter, but we were talking about a school day.
It depends on how you write the policy, right? To say if
Right.
it's simple, because if you don't write it from a makeup perspective, then the discussion becomes, what do we believe is the appropriate number of days to calendar out anyway?
Right.
So it's not simple in terms of saying, well, now we have the flexibility to go below 180, so now are we going to go 175, or are we going to go 176?
No, I'm not.
So I'm just
I'm not
responding
interested
to
in
that.
changing the days. Okay,
Well,
this is
there
me
you-
personally. And everybody else can speak for themselves. But I do like the flexibility of a day when we already exceed the requirements, especially since there are divisions in Region 2 who count transition time towards their 990, right? And we do not. So technically, if we added in our transition time, we're off the charts, really, right? So I would like, personally, this policy cleared up so that there is a day, keeping the 180, that we're covered for a day. I mean, the 10 minutes a day was, I'm never going to call any time in a classroom insignificant, but the juggling of the balls for 10 minutes a day was a lot to make up one day when we exceed the requirements in so many other areas. That would be my simple request. But I'm not interested in changing the 180.
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. And I think we also have to remember that when we do have weather-related emergencies or something that is unplanned, we have the ability to flex to online or what do they call it? They don't call it online learning. They call it, I'm sorry? Synchronous learning or asynchronous, thank you. The reason we couldn't do it is because at the time, the special election was not deemed an emergency situation. And so that's where we came into problems. So we still have the ability in an emergency where we have a hurricane or whatever to switch to synchronous or asynchronous learning. The problem came when we didn't have, the VDOA didn't allow this election to be considered an emergency, and that's where we came into problems. And that's where the flexibility would come into play, where we have that ability on something that, I don't think it was our intention thought we were going to be able to use that as a asynchronous or synchronous day, and then we were told we couldn't. And so that's where we came into an issue, but we didn't at the time have the flexibility to then switch. And that's why I think it's important that our policies give us that flexibility, not to, diminish learning, but to give us that ability so we're not putting our community in a spot where they're having to readjust everything for 9 weeks when a policy change would make that where it wouldn't have to happen.
Mr. Cumming?
Yeah, thank you so much. Just giving some initial thoughts as I'm looking at this calendar and you're asking about hours, days. My preference is, I usually say, I've said this from the dais a lot, is that if it's not broke, don't fix it. And I feel like in Virginia Beach City Public Schools, we do deliver a very strong quality product, academic product to our students and to our community. And I think a lot of that is, on the backs of our staff, our instruction, our quality of work that we receive, but also, the time that we spend in school. So just refresh my memory, Dr. Robertson. I know I've asked you this before, and I just didn't pull it up on my email. How many hours is the 180 days again?
It's, I want to say it's 1,080, Mr. Delaney, is that right? It's rough, I believe it's roughly 1,080.
Yeah, our elementary schools are right around 1170, and middle school and high school is right around 1200.
1,200. So I think like the biggest concern that I have comes back to, I think our staff probably feel like they're exceeding the amount of time that they need to be, or not exceeding the amount of time that they need to be, but they're exceeding the state requirements with how long they're in, the duration of their job. Now, my thoughts are, I think that compensation can catch up to that, and I think that would probably, help with some of our staff concerns. And I really do enjoy the flexibility that comes with having, a calendar where we are based somewhat on days, but also with the flexibility if there is some random emergency coming up that's unforeseen, that we don't have to add an additional 10 minutes or a Saturday school or something like that to the school calendar in the future. And so if we are super exceeding the state minimum requirements, I'd personally lay into a policy where we would have some of that flexibility. And I also am open to, as Chair Brown mentioned, is figuring out what makeup days, what that could look like, and having discussion more on that as well. So just some of my initial thoughts looking at this calendar, and as you ask for feedback, my preference is, I think when we had this a presentation a few months ago, we saw that there were schools that had, check marks in both the 180 and the 990 hour certification. And I personally just kind of like that model where they're building a 180-day base calendar, but they have the option to certify under, emergency circumstances. But other than that, I look at our neighboring schools. I just did a quick glimpse. Most of them are starting around the same time, ending around the same time. I'm a big fan of just, if it's working, copy paste and let's move on. And also, also hear from our staff as well if there's micro areas as well where we can make some improvements. So, thanks.
The hours and the discussion around it, but I would like to see the possibility of adding 1 or 2 days to the 180. And then if something happens, we got it covered and we don't have to really worry about changing stuff. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. We've responsibly now taken into account the possibility and the likelihood of inclement weather and something else that might come up. And then if we fall below that 180, the board can approve that flexibility. I will note that we can use the devices for inclement weather, but we only by state code can do that when meal service is provided. So if we get dumped on with 8 inches of snow, we are not sending in our food service workers, and so we will not be able to do inclement weather days on those days. And I do think that minimizes the risk there. I think it's, responsible. I think it's balanced. I'm trying to, kind of take multiple perspectives into account, but I just haven't seen us not have to make up a day. And so I think that we need to responsibly add that in. And then from the question about the hours that we are doing, when when you're calculating these hours, you said 1170 for elementary school, 1080 for high school. Is that calculating in transportation time for students that go to the Governor's School of the Arts or may go down to Career and Tech,
No.
ATC?
No.
And I'm curious how that goes into the state code where it says that transportation cannot be counted towards hours. How would we calculate that, and what would that look like?
I'll have to do a deeper dive. That is not something we've investigated, so that's something we'll have to take a look at.
Right, because the administrative code says transportation cannot be counted. And then the other piece of that is, we've had several delays for inclement weather. And I would be curious to see how many hours that was, because I think there was maybe 6, 7, 8 of them even. There was quite a few, and so we would be putting ourselves in this position of really analyzing those hours. And so I think that there's a responsible balance, and that's my thoughts there. Ms. Melnick.
Well, to the chair's point, let me back up. You said 1080, I heard 1080, but you also said 1200.
Yeah, I said 2 different levels.
Okay.
Yeah, elementary and middle and
So
high.
it's 1170 for elementary and 1200 for,
Yeah, right around, I say approximately because there's always little wiggle rooms
Okay.
here and there. So that's how we report it on the VDOE.
all right, let's take the chair's suggestion. How would you add 2 days? And what if we have no inclement weather? What happens to those days?
Okay, so let's jump to a few other things here that help answer
Okay.
that question, because there's some simple answers that I can give you.
Okay.
You could say we remove a staff day. You could say we go the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. You say we don't do a 2-week winter break. All of these things are things that would come out of the discussions we're going to have in a few minutes around parameters. So that's where, you start with those days and you say, okay, if we're going to do that amount of days. So let's go, this is probably then a good time to go through some of these other questions, and I'll hold on the second question when we get into the parameters component.
Okay. Madam Chair, I
So-
believe Mrs. Weems also wanted to speak before you go on to the next section. She may need to call back in.
So, I feel that the hardest part for me is that there's been a lot of intentionality with our calendar. And it's never been more thoughtful than it has in the last couple of years. And there was a time that we gave wellness days. Those are not there anymore. But the teachers were pretty adamant about those staff days, especially now that all staff days now are not unencumbered, correct? Yeah, and so those are things that I would hate to see taken away from teachers when they're no longer unencumbered. And so if you've been in a classroom, you know how important those staff days are and the collaboration that happens with colleagues. And so I do worry about that one little piece of taking away, only to, well, we'll get to it later, but then at the end, if we hit 180 and we didn't use them, so I'll wait for that. Thank you.
Ms. Lenadies. I don't think your microphone's on.
Yeah, some of my questions have been answered, but I do want to say that we see in just a short 15-minute conversation how complex this is, and you can't have a perfect challenge because you're going to take away something to get something else. But that being said, when we go on the minimum of 180 days or minimum of 990, which I'm hearing that nobody wants to go, obviously that low, it's problematic in many areas. But what I would like to know, my question was, when you go in the hours, it appears to me that transition time, we've got to work that out because some of our students are driving an hour from 30 minutes each way to get to like Career and Tech. And then also, does that count the transition between classes and the transition between programs? Also, I would like to get the number of hours at 181 days and 182 days, what that number would be, if y'all could get that to us after lunch. And I think that's all. Thank you.
So it doesn't sound like we have a strong consensus 180.
We'll get closer to
182.
some of
Right,
that for
okay.
direction in the next group. So
Right.
I'll skip through that question because it'll come back up. But I think the next two, I'm going to go through these next two, just, this probably is a little bit, hopefully a little bit quicker. So the question becomes, do we continue with the pre-Labor Day start? I will tell you, our surrounding school divisions, there's only one that's not pre-Labor Day right now. To Mr. Cummings' point, one of the conversations we do try to have is align with our local school divisions because we do have staff with children in other school divisions, and we try to align those things up. We would be heading this year into the third year of a pre-Labor Day start. So it's important for us to know, and again, this maybe comes out a little bit later in some discussion, but for us to say, one, are we going to go with a pre-Labor Day? And then two, are we going to do 2 years of calendars? Now, the rationale around 2 years of calendars was, again, for planning purposes. That if you look back to the 24-25 calendar, and I appreciate Ms. Melnick's point about how long some of this takes, I think it got approved around February or March that year, and a lot of people have already trying to make plans for their summer. When are they coming back? What are the things that are going on? Our teachers, our staff, even our staff that takes care of buildings, they have to know what's their maintenance schedule going to look like to ensure we can effectively open when students return. So the 2-year has been effective in that manner, that it allows us to really gauge the impact of a pre-Labor Day start, the Wednesday off before Thanksgiving, a 2-week holiday break. It gives us a little more information on those things. So those are the two things that I'm hoping maybe we can get to today that helps us from that end. Ms. Brown?
Ms. Rogers?
Okay, we kind of moved on. I had a question, so I'm going to go back just a hot second, and then I'll go forward. So what are we counting? When I was in the classroom, a day was 7.33 hours. Is that what we're counting toward? Like, what do we count for an instructional day?
If you look at that policy, you can't include meals.
Okay, so
So you're
what-
taking about 35, 40 minutes off for meals.
So
I
what
will
do-
tell you with our current calendar, and I don't mean to cut you off because this is a conversation that we're going to spend a lot of time on today, and we have a lot of time to make these decisions moving forward. But we are well within, if you really look at our calendar dates, you probably could, if you wanted to go to like the lowest amount of instructional days based off of hours, is right around 175, 176 days.
So and that was what my question was, like, how many hours do we count out of our day as an instructional day? Because, like, what are we counting? Is it, if it's not 7.33?
It's not the 7.33
Right.
because you cannot allow for lunches to be counted
Right.
into that instructional
So
time.
if you need time to get that information.
I will, yeah.
Okay, and that's fine. And the reason I ask is because when you say we have we're at 1,200 for the high school level and 1,170 for elementary, and high school is really where a lot of, I think, people's concern is because of all of the extra requirements with the different programming, and I totally understand that. But even if we're just going by 7 hours, we're 210 hours over what the state requirement is. If we do even 7 hours in an instructional day, that's 30 days. I can't imagine we would be in any scenario where we would need 30 extra days. So, and that's like instructional days. So this is where I kind of feel like adding extra days it's just putting more on our staff. I think the flexibility is supposed to be for these unforeseen circumstances, and it wouldn't be, if it's a week, then that's an emergency. Then that flips to, we can do asynchronous, synchronous, whatever. In any event. Moving forward, when you talked about this pre-Labor Day start, I think a lot of the feedback that I received from the community was that the pre-Labor Day start, we began, but we still have the same end date. And so a lot of the neighboring school divisions that are starting at the same time prior to Labor Day, the back end of the calendar was then shortened, where they're getting out at the last week of May, the first week of June. And we're still going till, 14th, 16th, whatever. And so I think that was some of the feedback, that a pre-Labor Day start is fine as long as we're not extending the whole school year by not moving that graduation, which is why I asked. So that's where I'm getting a lot of community feedback on
Sure,
that.
that's been the feedback for 2 years, I think 3 years since we approved the pre-Labor Day, was why do we end at the same time?
Right.
Which, if you start looking at these parameters, if you don't want to end at the same time, then what are you taking away? Are you taking away the Thursday before Thanksgiving? Are you taking away a 2-week holiday break? Are you taking away 2 staff days at the end of those quarters? And then if you do those things, you can end earlier.
Right.
If you don't do those, if you keep it as what people are looking at parameters, you cannot do those things and end at those dates. So, Ms.
So-
Rogers, so those are all the, I don't mean to cut you off,
Yeah.
but those are all the reasons we go through the process we're going through today.
Right.
And saying, because you'll get the, as Ms. Brown said, you take away that Wednesday before Thanksgiving, why are we not having that school day off? You bring them back 2 days after holiday break, why don't they just keep 2 weeks? So all of these questions will come up. They will not go away, I promise you. We will not solve
No,
those.
I'm not expecting
those answers.
I do have a question about the 13 staff days. Is that including the, pre-service and then all of the staff days throughout the year, that 13?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to get that clear. Thank you.
Mr. Bones?
Could we do our own, say, minimum hours? Like where we could set it? Instead of the 990, could we change that to our own division, if you understand what I'm trying to ask?
I understand what you're asking. That's not me to answer. That's you guys to answer.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if it was possible that we could just set our own, minimum hours. So if we just had like one day that we had to deal with, that we could easily, instead of just leaving it and keep going back on it, so going backwards. That's all I was just trying to figure out.
So from the sounds of things, as far as the policy goes, I think the policy committee should probably have that conversation and see if they want to bring any recommendations to the school board. Because I think there's a lot of opinions, and I would encourage you to reach out to your members of the policy committee and, share your thoughts so that, it's as balanced as possible. However, the policy committee does get to do their work. So I think that may modify, but I think so far as the process moving forward, I do think we should develop 2 years at a time. I think that's easier for families. I think it's easier for staff. I think it's easier for everyone in the community to know what's going on. Pre-Labor Day start. I'm sure you know my opinions on a pre-Labor Day start. And I don't believe that the calendar survey that we did shows that the community favors a pre-Labor Day start. I think when you add it in, I'm not sure what I think, and I'm against pre-Labor Day start. It was like 70% if you coupled those two together, and the other way it was less than 50. So, I think taking that into account, we may need to be looking at both and surveying the community, the families that we represent to see where they stand on it now that it's a couple years in. So, sorry, but.
No, that's okay. To those comments there, is everybody in agreement though with the one around 2 years worth of calendars? Are we comfortable with 2 years? Yes. Okay, perfect. So we will, that one is low-hanging fruit, for lack of a better way of saying it. So we can do that. Ms. Rogers?
Quick question. If we're doing 2 years, we are still reviewing every year for 2 years forward, correct? Am I making
Yeah,
sense?
you're reading the policy as yearly.
Yearly
we
review,
review.
but we're planning 2 years ahead.
Yeah, we plan 2 years ahead. We did not do a yearly review, 24, 25, well, we're doing 25, 26 today,
Right,
yes.
so that's why I was asking. So we didn't do it last year, and that's why I was asking the question.
Yes.
We should be doing it yearly.
We can, yes.
Okay, Thanks.
Mr. Delane, let me interject just a couple things. So in developing the calendar, there is and has been a common concern over the last couple of years, and Ms. Rogers brought that forward. How can we be starting earlier and getting out at the same time when our neighboring divisions are getting out a week earlier? So our neighboring divisions graduate at the Constant Center. So Chesapeake buses their kids to the Constant Center at ODU, Portsmouth buses their kids, and Norfolk, of course, is housed there. Now, together, those three school divisions have the same number of high schools that we have. So the Constant Center can handle their graduations in 1 week. And the Constant Center contract with those divisions is the week prior to our contract with the Convention Center. So with the Convention Center book dates driving the end of our calendar, then it becomes, the pre-Labor Day versus post-Labor Day. So I will share, and you will see data coming forward. One of the reasons we talked about going pre-Labor Day was for years we heard from our advanced placement classes that they were at a significant disadvantage because they were post-Labor Day start and they were losing 2 weeks of instruction prior to the AP tests, which are given at the same time across the entire country. You'll see data coming forward that we had more students this year than last year. If you recall, last year was a record year for us in AP. We had more kids enrolled, more kids take AP tests, and the pass rate jumped from the traditional high 50s to over 70%. This past year, we broke those records. We had more kids than last year taking AP classes. We had more AP tests given than last year, and we had a higher test percentage passing than last year. Now, can I attribute that solely to the additional instructional time for those kids to be prepared for the test? I haven't done the study, but being a 38-year veteran of education, I can tell you that the more time kids are in front of a teacher, the more opportunities they have to learn. And if we only look at that one data piece, that more time in the classroom leads to more positive results, I think you might be able to look at that as an example to also consider days versus hours. And so I'll just leave it with that.
And for context, Dr. Robertson, I think the first AP exam was like May 5th range, right around there. So that gives you some context of when that's taking place. And so for the purpose of kind of the conversation today, we need to, just as Dr. Smith prepares what you'll do post-lunch, and we've only got a few minutes prior to that, is what I've heard is we have no consensus on 180 instructional days being there, but we will use, for the purposes of the simulation, 180, 181, and 182, just so you can see that lengthened component. We won't do hours right now, but we'll let you see what that'll look like in three groups, one group doing 180, one doing 181, one day doing 182. For the purpose of the simulation for now, we'll just keep it pre-Labor Day just so you can go on that same field, because again, remember, this is a simulation. We're not taking this to the committee and saying, here's your starting point, because we will survey the community at some point. But here's some other parameters that we just want to make sure we come to consensus to, because you're going to need to know these when you draft it. Are we comfortable staying with 13 staff days?
I'm open to going to 11. Ms. Rogers?
I'm going to ask, I feel like I need more information as to what they're all used for to be able to say whether or not we're comfortable with it or not. You know what I mean? Like just saying a number, could be 15, could be 20, could be 10. No reference point of what we use the staff days for and how they're utilized and what we need them for, so I would need that information to be able to make a good decision.
Well, there are going to have to be some staff days embedded in. So there is going, we're not making a final cut draft here, but this gives you a working component of saying, well, let's go to these other ones, and I'll come back to that one where it's helpful.
Okay.
Holiday before Thanksgiving. Yes? Okay. 2-week winter break. It's long, but I will tell you, of the one from a staff standpoint that I've witnessed an amazing reaction to, it's that one. And I'm just telling you from my experience going in schools, the refreshed nature of going, it was long enough, I'm ready to get back. So,
And I agree with that, but I also am hearing from constituents that it was burdensome on their household finances and their ability to get back to work, because they had to go back on the 2nd and they couldn't secure childcare for just those couple of days. And it created some burdens. And so I am a little bit cognizant of that. But for me, and I'm just going to say this is the last time I'll say it, but I'm going to be advocating, and I'm going to continue to advocate for 182 days. And I don't know if that means that it's staff days or days there. But for me, I'm going to try to balance it. I do think that Wednesday before Thanksgiving was the one that was really, really, I think, and that one's got a lot of consensus, but that's going to be my advocacy, but.
so let's leave it there, because when you get the draft calendars, it'll allow you to decide if that's something that you want to address. You'll be able to address it
Great
through your
idea.
simulation.
Thank you. I'm just open.
2 staff days, have the maximum of 6 days for in-teacher service week. What I'll do on that one, based on what I heard in the conversation, was if we keep the 13 staff days, let me remove that one off. Just that gives you a little more flexibility when you go through the simulation. So you can then determine where those 13 goes. So I'm using Ms. Brown's comments a little bit as a leverage point there, that if I'm going 182 and I'm looking to see where I can place some of these staff days in different areas, give me the freedom maybe on the front end that allows me to use that. So I'll take that, just trust me as I take that one off based on the conversation that you're having there. 2 staff days at the end of the first quarter, 2 staff days at the end of the first term. Again, these are driven a lot by teachers who want that time for teacher conferences, professional learning. On the first term, typically that's a secondary need. Significant schedule changes are being made on the 4x4 schedule. So finalizing grades, getting schedules solidified. That was the reason behind those 2.
I'm sorry, Ms. Williams, go ahead, Colin. Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Yes, my question was about the 2 staff days in a row. Mr. Delaney, you sort of answered it, but is this the first time this calendar that we've done the 2 in a row?
No, we did it last year as well.
Okay, yeah, just 2-year series. Okay, so normally we would not have 2 in a row until this last time. Okay, yeah, because I agree with Ms. Rogers with the staff days. I mean, like, I got a call from a teacher the other day that said, I would rather reduce staff days and get out earlier. It's ridiculous for us to start before Labor Day and go till, mid-June. Is that, an outlier? I don't know, but I would want to know exactly how the staff days are being utilized, and especially the 2 that we have, 2 and 2. You sort of explained it, but I kind of need some more information. Thank you.
Sure.
Can I go ahead?
Ms. Rogers.
Okay, sorry. A quick question also about staff days. So that includes flex days, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and we have 3 in, what is the requirement between a regular staff day and a flex day? I don't know.
We, as a calendar committee, we do not come forward with the board with flex days. The board makes those determinations. Can we make that a flex day? So I'm going to give historical context on the Friday one that came through, and I'll try to maintain my sense of humor. We call that the Beverly Anderson Memorial Flex Day, because for years she said they should get that time because they've come in the weeks before to do the work. So can we use that as a flex day for them to return? When you look at the one on the 3rd, Election Day, one of the concerns that was brought forward, is that a heavy volume day in the school? Is it hard for staff? There was others that were saying staff should have the opportunity to go vote without having those concerns. So the board said, we're good with the flex day. So I say all of this to you of, And this will come back in a variety of fashions, and then we will discuss it on multiple outlets again. So that flex day comes from, can we make that a flex day? We tend to listen to your guys' decision on that. Dr. Robertson gave his input around AP testing. Philosophically, as a staff, you've heard me say this before, if you've been in a calendar process, we believe kids being in school more often is better than not often. We believe our staff having opportunities in the building to collaborate with their peers on a consistent basis is better than not having that opportunity. And then if you look at the last bulleted item on here, we're not big fans of adjusted dismissal days because, again, that has significant impacts on our families, and it's also sometimes a challenge to run a building on those days. So that kind of gives you an understanding where those flex come from.
Okay, thanks.
So for purposes of time, Ms. Brown, if we keep these here, and I'll remove the 6 days for teacher in service week so that the group can kind of maneuver when they go through the process. Because what you're going to do when you come back from lunch is you're going to participate. We're going to just do 27, 28. Dr. Smith and I, during the lunch break, will just set up 3 groups that'll use the 27, 28 calendar. One group will do 180, one group will do 181, one group will do 182, and we'll use the parameters we just went through, removing the maximum of 6 teacher in service days, because I think that's a challenge right off. It limits your flexibility at the start.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to reiterate, during this process, there is going to be a lot of opportunity for conversation. We're going to get a draft calendar. We're going to be able to give input and give input again. And so this is just a simulation.
Yeah, strictly designed to let you experience the process.
Okay.
So it's really that. I don't want you to rack your brain and start negotiating. I mean, it's just really to see, I think Ms. Melnick said it earlier, and Dr. Green as well, the challenge of putting this together is what we just want you to experience. So thank you, Ms.
Great.
Brown.
Thank you. And with that, we are going to recess for lunch. It is 12:36. It says here 1:30, but we're going to come back at 1:35. So,
Shouldn't be a problem.
all right,
Thank you.
thank you.
I believe we have the food truck. So there's food inside and the food truck.
So I've made this change on this slide.
Okay. Do you want me to give them a sheet for a folder?
You can.
Yeah.
So you can have one group 180, one group one, because you can do, watch out the mic's on. You can do 3 groups of.
Test, 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 test. One, two, 1, 2. Yeah, let's hear it. One, two, 1, 2.
Okay, and I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, welcome. Thank you, Ms. Brown. I'm going to go ahead and begin by saying I'm Dr. Smith, Senior Executive Director of Middle School, and I have the fun, exciting task of leading you through an activity. So usually as a teacher, I walk around the room, but because I have to stand here, if I wander off a little bit, Mr. Delaney will put me back to the podium. So this actually is a simulation. It's a great opportunity for everyone to experience the calendar building process. As you know, everyone has their different preferences, what they prefer in terms of parameters. So this activity will allow you to see, given the parameters you've been assigned, how to build an activity. So this is just a simulation. So if anybody out there is watching, this is not the school board calendar, or this is not the school calendar for 27-28. Just let's stay tuned in later. So as I just shared with you, this part is for you to build your own calendar. And so as we go through building your own calendar, I want everyone, if you can, you have 2 calendar templates. I want you to take out the one that's white, and it should say August 2027 at the top. And I just want to walk, this is a template when I move you to your groups that you're going to want to take with you. So I just want to walk you through different components that are already on the calendar, but certainly you can change as you build your calendar. So as you look at September, you will see that Labor Day is observed on September 3rd, and it's actually September 6th. So recall what Mr. Delaney had shared, that if it is a pre-Labor Day, which we're doing for this simulation, that by state code, you must have a 2-day holiday for Labor Day. If you look at October, we have the Jewish holidays there. That helps us a lot with activities as well. So it's good information for you to have. If we go to November, you'll see that Veterans Day is observed November 11th. You will see Thanksgiving Day. We do have a vacation day for Thanksgiving on that Friday. If you choose by parameters to add another day, you could add Wednesday as a holiday. So when you get to your groups, if you feel that's what you want to do, you just add Wednesday as part of that Thanksgiving holiday. It's already in the parameters. In December, you will see our 2-week winter break from the 20th to the 31st. And then New Year's is Saturday, January 1st, and then we return to school that next Monday. Martin Luther King Day, January 17th. President's Day, February 21st. Then we have spring break in April that runs the 10th through the 14th of April. Easter Sunday is on the 16th. So sometimes you see that holiday flip depending on when Easter Sunday is. And then in May, we have the 29th, which is Memorial Day. And then your graduation's in June, and then Juneteenth on the 19th of June. So I wanted to review that before we move forward, because that's the actual template that you each have that you're going to be writing on as you plan out your calendar. So you have been designated groups, and the designation is based on 3 different criteria. One is a group of 180 school days, 181 school days, and 182 school days. So just so you know in advance, before we move you, Mr. Culpepper is where Group 1 will convene. Mrs. Brown is where Group 3 will convene, and Mr. Bowensteel is where Group 2 will convene. And so in a moment, I'll let you guys move to your groups. I want to review the parameters that were discussed. So as we're looking at the parameters, each group has a different instructional days. Recall I said 180, 181, 182. 13 staff days. These 13 staff days do include any flex days that you add to your draft calendar. Holidays, with the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, it is not on your calendar. You can write it in your template. 2 weeks for winter break, 2 staff days at the end of the first quarter, 2 staff days at the end of the first term or first semester, and again, limiting the adjusted dismissal days where possible. It's important to note, and this will be in your folders, and each of you will have a handout of these parameters when you get to your groups. It's important to note that you want a balance of semesters. So in a 180 calendar, you want 90 days semester 1, and you want 90 days semester 2. And what that allows us to do is balance out the schedule. So now, it's time to move to your groups. I will be your timekeeper.
I have a question really quick before we move. Quick question. Are we deciding then when the end of, or do you have that already in there?
You don't have to worry about that right now. Just worried about balancing the semesters.
I actually have one other clarifying question. So the graduation week is already listed in here. Is that a contracted week? Because it's much earlier than we've historically done it. So it's kind of tying our hands. Okay. Is that?
Yes, I'm looking at Mr. Delaney.
So our
and he-
hands are tied for the week of June 5th through 9th? On June 2028?
They're timed your hands are tied in terms of when graduations are going to occur.
I see.
You're not necessarily timed by saying that then has to signify the end of the school year. Common sense, I know what you think, but I'm just saying those two things don't necessarily have to go hand in hand. But we are bound by those dates for graduation right now. So the example I'll give you is we had a local school division that finished on Tuesday this year, although their graduations were already done.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I would also just ask you to take your other calendar with you of this year that you can use to compare, and the election day on there as well. Don't miss that date.
All right, thank you.
Okay, again, I will go back to where your groups are. And again, Mr. Culpepper is where Group 1 is, Mrs. Brown is where Group 3 is, and Mr. Bowen still is where Group 2 is. And then please do this, identify, if you will, in your groups, a facilitator. This is the educator in me. A recorder and a reporter, because at the end, we're going to ask you to share some highlights. All right? A recorder who's going to keep a master calendar. You all can write on it, but one that's a master, and then a reporter. And I'll keep time and I'll circulate around if you have any questions.
Are we done? Oh.
No, not till 3.
Okay, perfect. I'm good. Oh, do we? Look. All right, so two questions. I was about to say, yeah, I know of it, but I'm not here.
But the challenge with that is, this is why we get maintenance going on. Tell teachers you cannot get in here.
wants to see it.
I'm Ian. My job is marketing ops and analytics, which means I
Okay, we're going to give about a 10-minute warning. So please have reporters ready to just report out what you've decided. Okay, if we can all come back together. Want to say, hopefully, I hope you've enjoyed this activity as much as I've enjoyed it. But what we're going to do is we're going to have the reporters from each group. Regina, if we could do like we do at the meetings where we give them 3 minutes and then a buzzer. I'm just kidding. We'll give you 3 minutes. You don't have to be up there for more than 3, but we will start with group 1. If you can report out your calendar creation.
Sorry, we were still in conversation about this. Okay, so we got the 180 days, and in looking at what the 26, 27 calendar is and all of what people have asked for, which is the 2 weeks at Christmas and giving our staff, a staff day at the end of each quarter, which I think is really important. I also think it's important at the end of the second quarter, which would be the end of the first semester, because we have 4x4 teachers who are basically closing out a school year and starting another. There's 2 staff days there. It's really difficult to find somewhere to change the calendar because we have so many staff days built in to ensure that they can have their days to get their report cards done. So we were just discussing the possibility of turning that 2 days in January into 1.5, and in November, around election day, a half day, and then election day, to gain a day. And then you were saying something about where you would want to put it, but we didn't finish the conversation.
No, this is a separate conversation.
Oh, okay. But in any event, it's very little wiggle room with meeting 180 days. So that's what we discovered. And I feel like that there's a lot of different state requirements and parameters, and there's just a lot of information that we don't have, nor is it possible to have access to in the amount of time that we did this exercise.
Thank you. Can we hear from group 2?
So group 2 learned about 45 seconds into this activity that there were too many missing components to actually follow through. So I appreciate my colleagues who were writing and erasing and talking about, adding or deleting and doing this and doing that, but the right people weren't in the room. So we didn't have HR here to ask questions about, can we do this? Can we do that? There are some new things this year, like the new cut scores. And how is that going to impact staff? And what changes have to be made? And what do we have to do to offer professional development this year? Things that are going to be different. We weren't thinking about 11-month salaried people, how our changes might align with the 4x4 calendar. And so technically, there were too many missing components, and it was kind of a theory versus reality project. And so we realized that this was in theory, and if you're looking for a really good book to read, The Shoemaker's Wife is really good, so I read a chapter. But it deepened our appreciation for the people who are tasked with creating these calendars. It's an impossibility. You get it done, but it's got to be incredibly difficult to complete these calendars. But so hats off to you guys. And
Thank you, Ms. Milne. Ms. Brown?
So it was a collaborative effort. So we did, for August, we did the 11th through the 13th as flex, the 16th through the 20th as flex, so that left 8 staff days. And our start date is in August 23rd, and that left 7 instruction days. And then, and then in September, we had 2 holidays, of course, for Labor Day, being a federal holiday, so the 3rd and the 6th, and then there were 20 instructional days. In October, 21 days instructional, and we did do, I think we did we do a holiday of Yom Kippur? We were going to leave that Yom Kippur on the 11th? Oh, no, it's 21 days instruction, I'm sorry. And then, that was November, we're moving on to. We did staff days for the 1st of November. Election Day, we are off. We have the holiday of Veterans Day, and then the holidays of Wednesday, the 24th through the 26th for spring break. So that left 16 days instructional, 5 days off, and 1 staff day. And then in December, we do have our winter break from the 20th through January 4th. And we did 13 days instruction with 10 days off. In January, we did, we did 1 staff day, and that is on the 24th. We did 2 holidays for the 1st and Martin Luther King Day on the 17th, so that left 19 instructional days. And then when you get to the end of this semester on the 25th, that equaled 91 days instruction. Moving on to February, there's President Day, the holiday of the 21st, and we did have an extra day, leap year this year, it is the 29th. So that left 20 days instructional. I'm so sorry. On March, we had 23 days instructional. April, we had staff day on the 7th, so 1 staff day. Spring break from the 10th, so that left a week, with a weekend. So 5 days spring break, so that left in April 14 instructional days. And then we're moving on to May, which is 1 holiday, Memorial Day, and it's 22 instructional days. Come June, we have, how many? And it's the end of, end of school, which would be, the end of the school year would be, the last day would be the 9th, okay? We gave 2 flex days, the 12th and the 13th. So that leaves 7 academic days in June. And Kathleen, if you want to further comment.
Yeah, and much like my colleagues, mentioned, there was not a lot of flexibility as it may seem once we kind of started getting into the exercise, especially when you have, this list of parameters, 13 staff days, including flex, holiday before Wednesday and after Thanksgiving, 2 weeks here, a week there for spring break. When you start adding in all of those parameters, there's really just not a lot of room to move a whole lot. And so, great appreciation for you guys having to sit in the room and have those conversations on a regular basis and all the work that the committee does.
And I just want to add one more thing. In that survey to the parents, I kind of thought if you add the weekend, 7 days is a long spring break. And we also talked about the 2 weeks winter break because some parents work and then they have to juggle what to do with the children and the extra money involved. So I would like to see what the parents survey, and I wanted to request that as options in that survey to see what their input would be. Thanks.
Oh, I have a question. I just have a question. What, did you say something about shortening spring break?
One board member in our group indicated a desire to see if that was a community interest.
Okay. The other question is, what day does school start in August of 2027? Would the first day be the 30th? Not the staff day, the actual start day for students.
Yeah, 23rd, and we counted that, that's 182 days.
Okay.
That start date would be determined a little bit around the number of days as well, but.
Oh, because they had 182. So you backed up teachers going back on to the 11th.
And if you look at this year's calendar, very similar, we have a week, then we have the Labor Day, then we go the 4-day week, Friday off, pre-Labor Day, then the Monday of Labor Day.
Okay.
Okay, so, one, I appreciate you taking part in the simulation here. One thing that was clearly evident is that you felt a little bit of the struggle. To Ms. Melnick's point around information you don't know and do know, there's only so much we can really load into a calendar preparation. So to your point about cut scores, well, next year, grades 7 through 12, SOLs have to be done in the final 2 weeks. That's a big change. So to take an assessment, get tutoring, get remediated, those final 2 weeks are going to be a lot different than we're used to. So what does that look like? Dr. Robertson's point around our teachers and AP tests to get that additional time. So whatever decisions are made, so we heard discussions on flex days, discussions on half days to keep a day. All of those are not unique. Those are all decisions that we've made before, we can make again. There's just heartburn one way or the other, so you just land on it and go through it. But our concern a little bit is when we get a calendar committee together, creating some structures of parameters is really important, or this process gets dragged on for a long period of time. And so one of the things I've heard from the group to a degree that I don't think is a challenge amongst the calendar committee is setting up much like we did here. 180, 181, 182. That's not a hard groups of 3 to put together and say, you're doing 180, you're doing 181, you're doing 182. That's not a challenge in a calendar committee. But then what do they work within those parameters become important? Because if you say Wednesday before Thanksgiving's a no-brainer, they need to know that. But if you're saying, hey, let's not do the 2-week holiday right off the bat because maybe that constrains us from some thinking. And so we are going to need some guidance when we go to the calendar committee on these components here. And if it's not done right now for time reasons, we may need to try to, Dr. Robertson put it in the workshop in August 11th where there may be some flexibility since you now have some time to process in that time frame and go, yeah, we'll do it there. I mean, Dr. Robertson, are you fine with that recommendation?
I think that the experience is still weighing on people as they listen to their colleagues, as well as trying to balance what they've heard and what they think. But to Mr. Delaney's point, we would like to convene that calendar committee and do the community survey in September, which means we're going to need answers in August. So we would have to come back in the August 11th meeting to get a firm grip on what the parameters are going to be.
And I think that's actually probably, given that we've done the exercise, we've had the conversations, it gives us a little bit more time to articulate. Ms. Rogers?
Yes, I wanted to make a comment. All of this exercise centered only on days. One of the overwhelming issues that our staff has requested is to switch to an hours-based calendar. We are 210 hours over the state requirement with hours, and that is 210 hours our staff is not being paid for when they are not paid at the highest level for Hampton Roads, but they're in schools for the longest amount of time. And that is something we need to keep in mind. If we're not going to agree to switch to an hours-based calendar, then we have to then say to ourselves, is it fair to ask our staff to work 210 more hours than the rest of the surrounding communities? And will us asking staff to do that retain their employment? While I realize that there are not enough jobs in the area for all of our staff because we do employ the most staff in Hampton Roads. There is no district as big as ours. We also have to ask ourselves, is what our expectation, is that appropriate for the level of pay we are offering? And that's something we really need to think about. Because again, if we are so stuck on the 180 or 181 or 182 days calendar, then we have to come to terms with the fact we are not paying staff for what they are giving us, or at least enough for what they're giving us. And that was what I wanted to say.
You could just clarify for me. We contract our staff for 200 days and schedule for 193, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So as we look at what the next steps are, on the screen here is our kind of hope of our timeline to talk about bringing this back to August 11th. So when we put the survey out, to Ms. Dwyer's comment, certain things out of the parameters can be placed into that survey as they were previously. Take that survey information, end of September, convene the calendar committee around the parameters and the direction of the board to develop some draft calendars. Bring it back in October for workshop, followed the next one in information with the hope of getting it action taken in November with the idea of 2-year calendars on both ends of that. So that's kind of the timeline where I think will work for us. We certainly don't want to have it move into the new year past January. And we think that timeline worked for us before, knowing there's going to be a lot of conversation around it. To summarize kind of the activity here, one thing for the viewing public, if they're listening, that I want to make sure is clear, is we are not advocating any Saturday days. I heard that come up and people are like talking to us like somebody's going to hear Saturday, go, what is going on in this presentation? No Saturday days are being discussed. That was just historical information that was brought forward. I appreciate you looking back at the next year's calendar and allowing us to move forward on that. And I think the biggest takeaway for us is you got to experience a lot of the conversation has to go on around the calendar to move this forward. And so appreciate your time and your attention to that.
And Mr. DeLay, if I can just add one thing for the board. So earlier, someone mentioned other, I think Mr. Den mentioned other really key metrics on trying to determine if a division is making the right decisions. So if you look at our key metrics that we report, as does every other school division, and they would be, graduation rate, SOL performance, AP performance, dual enrollment performance, scholarships earned, school accreditation ratings, et cetera. One would be hard-pressed to make a case that Virginia Beach City Public Schools has made some really irresponsible decisions on creating a calendar. We all recognize there is no such thing as a perfect calendar. We had another board member say, well, if it's not really broken, then should we really be spending a whole lot of time on this? And so the answer is, from a school calendar standpoint, yes, we always want to have to spend a time on a school calendar. But we are going to need this body to tell us on August 11th what's important to you as a collective. And I think to best be able to do that without requiring a 12-hour meeting, perhaps what we can do is bring the board a list of either ors for these items, and then just have you individually rate. I want this or I want this, and then we just go the democratic process. We had 6, 7 votes here, we had 4 votes, and then it's done. Because otherwise I fear we're going to be going back and forth for a very long time with some really good arguments for one versus the other, and I don't think that'll be fruitful for the board. So I'm kind of seeking some wisdom from the board. Would you be agreeable if we came to you with a smorgasbord of options?
Ms. Melnick?
I appreciate that, but I think that's really getting into the weeds. Like, I would hate to go to a calendar committee of people who are tasked with this process now and saying, well, this year we have a board that says this, and like, it's so tight. We're just really not dealing with a whole lot of things. Just like Ms. Dwyer said, I don't think the parents are going to be receptive to shortening spring break. I just don't think that's going to be something that people are going to be receptive to. And so now we're going to open up a million questions. If this is just too much, if this is too much, let the calendar committee do their job the way they always have. We always have the vote on it at the end. And if you just create a 180, a 182, and a 181, that's fine. And then we can vote on it from there. But to get into the weeds with every little single, it's just too much.
Madam Chair, Mrs. Williams also has her hand up.
Dr. Robertson, and forgive me, it's been a couple of years. Did we give direction to the calendar committee last time on those items?
Yes, during
Okay,
the retreat
so it's-
in 2024.
We did. There was definitely some raising of the hand. Here's the direction we're going to give. And now that you said it was in the retreat, I remember.
The direction was we had the parameters just like I had them on here and said, raise your hand if you're good with Wednesday before Thanksgiving, 2-week break, all of those things, those parameters you saw were ones that the groups.
Has that changed?
What do you mean, has it changed?
Well, it's a completely different board. It's a different board. So we'll do the same thing that we did last time, except we'll do that in August so everyone has a chance to think about it. Mr. Cummings?
Yeah, I'm just trying to put my thoughts together of what you just said, Dr. Robertson, and I think that I'm prone to, I appreciate you're trying to figure out how do we drive a ship forward where we don't sit and delay and argue about bureaucracy and all these different things over small amounts of time, you're just trying to streamline a decision and move forward, so I appreciate that. So I think, like, for me, I would appreciate just seeing what that would look like in bullet point list or something like that. And then, I think the ability to drive forward and make good decisions, knowing that there's no such thing as a perfect calendar, but also knowing like we do have an academic product that works. I think that's kind of one of the things that I just keep in the back of my pocket, right? Like, I know as a parent, there's always going to be things that's frustrating. I know as our staff, there's going to be things that's frustrating. And I think that if we do a good job that honors our staff and honors our community, I think we can make a great calendar. And so I'm open to innovative ideas to try to like drive the conversation forward.
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. Dr. Robertson, I think instead of an either-or, I would just prefer to have here's what we need to do, list your priorities, because I don't want to say, do you want this or this, if both of them are part of my top priorities. So if you have it instead of an either-or, here's your priorities, please rank them, it would make more sense to me so that each one of us can rank what's most important and we won't feel like we have had to eliminate something that was important. Does that make sense?
I think that's a good idea.
Yep.
Good idea. Okay, Vice Chair Weems?
Our teachers are working like 210 hours more than others. Maybe I misunderstood that, but are our teachers working days and days and days and days and days more than other teachers in neighboring school divisions?
Not
Because
that
I
I'm
don't think
Not that I'm aware of.
I just don't want not paying our teachers, and our teachers are working a lot more than other teachers in other places. Can you clarify that, please?
Yeah, so Virginia requires teachers to have a 200-day contract, to my understanding, so their contract is 200 days. Now, whether or not they're in school for 200 days, that's a different story.
Okay, Ms. Rogers?
I can clarify. So we discussed that 1,200 hours equals 180 days. And then we looked up other school districts who are at the 990 or just above. The difference between 1,200 and 990 is 210 hours. That's where that figure came from. And so if we are counting only days and we are not going to be counting hours, we will only go with a days-based calendar, that is 210 extra hours added to their instructional hours. That is where the figure came from.
Great. Mr. Culpepper hasn't spoken yet, so he's going to speak, and then we're going to move on to our final topic so that we can stay on schedule here. Mr. Culpepper?
Yeah, all I was going to say is the hours versus days discussion as far as teachers' work time. It's a little complicated. I'm just looking at Norfolk's calendar here, for example. They have 177 academic days scheduled, and then there are various other teacher days on top of that, and that's 1,043 classroom hours that they put into that math. So just for perspective there, they're almost at 180 days, and it's 1,043 hours, so it's about the same.
Okay, thank you. And I like Ms. Rogers' suggestion to list them in priority order, and I saw a lot of head nodding, and so we will do that in August and get you guys the direction that you need to move forward. We are now going to, and I shuffled all my papers around here. Okay, we are now going to welcome Melissa Ingram, Executive Director of Facility Services. We are going to discuss policy 3-74, naming of school buildings.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Weems, members of the board, and Dr. Robertson. Thank you for the time today to have a discussion on the renaming of the tri-campus schools or campus and renaming of the associated attendance zone, specifically as it relates to policy 3-74, naming of school buildings. Okay, sorry about that, just needed technical difficulties sometimes. Thank you, thanks, Matt. Okay, so the need for this topic is related to the CIP 1-028 Tri-Campus Additions Project, which will change the tri-campus area from 3 to 2 schools after additions are built at 2 schools. With the additions on the slide in front of you, Diamond Springs Elementary School, which will serve grades pre-K through 1. Additions are on the south side of the building. And at Newtown Elementary School, which will serve grades 2 through 5, the additions are at the southeast side of the building. The target move-in for all students to these 2 schools is in school year 28-29 at the end of August 2028. And again, as a reminder, the primary goal of this project has been to create a stronger educational environment for the tri-campus community while reducing the number of transition student experience during their elementary years. I'm going to try to, all right, I got it. Okay, and so on this next slide, just want to remind you that the current tri-campus elementary schools and the future makeup of these schools with the additions, they'll serve the tri-campus attendance zone. And you see that on this map in front of you. And remember, there are no changes planned for the attendance zone. However, with this discussion, the name of the attendance zone will also change. The attendance zone is shown on the slide, and it's the area roughly south of Wesleyan Drive and north of Virginia Beach Boulevard, and west of the tri-campus schools and Bayside High School. Any renaming of the tri-campus would result in that renaming also to be associated with the existing attendance zone. And so now in front of you, we have School Board Policy 3-74. This addresses the naming of school board buildings, facilities, and commemorative memorial and ornamental features. Highlighted in yellow are areas that may need to be clarified during the policy review committee process, as the policy is limited on grounds or campus references. And as outlined in the policy, the school board does authorize exceptions for the naming of school buildings or other areas covered under this policy, but I wanted to see, while we're taking a look at this, if School Board Attorney Cami Linetti wants to provide any additional information on the policy and its application in this case.
I've done a redraft that'll go to the Policy Review Committee in August. The only difference is we didn't anticipate a campus situation. We have buildings under A, facilities under B. The question is whether 2 school campuses equal on there. And then D talks about commemorative memorial orientation. So we thought it might be important for the Policy Review Committee to just make it a little bit clearer that you can do multiple campuses. In this case, will be all 3 elementary schools until such time as you decide what you're going to do with the Betty F. Williams building, and then it will be the Diamond Springs and Newtown combined. We don't have a similar situation. The closest I could come to might be Corporate Landing has all the schools together, or Lansdowne, but we don't call them a campus. So just to clarify, we think we'll take that to PRC.
Great, thank you, Ms. Linetti.
Okay, and I have some questions about that, but I'm going to yield until after everyone's had the chance to talk. Dr. Green?
I'm going to let her finish her presentation because my questions are related toward what's at the end.
Sure, absolutely, yep. So I'll move on to the next slide. So, listed on this slide are some considerations for this conversation. And again, we are at school board retreat, so this is meant to be a conversation just to help with the start for it. And there are some renaming options for Tri-Campus Elementary Schools campus listed here. First, you see at the top of the slide that the building names will not be changed, but rather they will be able to reference the campus name. So as you can see on the first line, Diamond Springs Elementary School at whatever that new name of the campus would be. And then following that would be Newtown Elementary School at whatever new name for that campus would be. And again, as I mentioned, the attendance zone itself will have to change its name to what the campus is, if that makes sense. And however, what we're going to look at on this list does not complete any options that the board may want to discuss or consider. And then I also wanted to, as we're looking at this list, put out there, we do have the opportunity, if we want to do it as early as fall 2026, we're planning a groundbreaking for the 2 additions, probably in the October timeframe, and that could be a timeframe to unveil this new name. As Ms. Linetti mentioned, whenever action is taken on this, it would convey to all 3 of the schools at the time that action is taken place, rather than it being called Tri-Campus Schools. So that's dependent on when you take the action. But looking down the list here, we see some considerations are Betty F. Williams Campus, Betty F. Williams Learning Campus, Betty F. Williams Scholars Campus, Betty F. Williams Education Campus. We did look at some other options, what's like a Bayside South or an area-wide, but we did know that this conversation was looked at in terms of preserving the Betty F. Williams as well. So we listed those considerations for you on here. And so our next slide, as we think about this, and when I go to questions, I'll come back to that slide, but this looks at a possible timeline that you might have, including time for any changes needed to the policy, as Ms. Linetti mentioned, in the Policy Review Committee process. And this topic could be heard as early as August 12th at the Policy Review Committee. As I did, I just highlighted some areas where there might be some minor changes with the Policy Review Committee, as Ms. Linetti mentioned, so that it talks to grounds and campuses. Then those policy changes could be sent to the school board on September 8th for information, and then can be heard for action on September 22nd. If a new name of the Tri-Campus is also ready at the September 22nd meeting, that could be considered for action as well. And that pretty much concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions and any further discussion on the topic. And with that, back, if I can work this, bring it back to the list of considerations we have here for the discussion.
Great, thank you. Dr. Green?
Thank you, Ms. Ingram. So I have several comments. The first, I'm happy that we'll be doing groundbreaking this fall. So I really feel, out of respect to the community, that we do not rush this process. It needs to be very thoughtful in terms of namings, and then I'm going to talk a moment about some of the suggestions. For other things that impact our community, we have done ad hoc committees, such as we did with Jericho Road, so that we could include community members. As I kind of thought through some of this over the last few weeks, one suggestion I would make is maybe do a ad hoc committee, and I'm going to tie that in a moment to the naming portion of this. Because I think it's very important that our community has input into what the name will be. And even after the committee comes up with, you know, several options, like, say, what you have up here, it still could be surveyed out as well to the community. Because I think, I mean, we don't need to rush this and have it all done by September, and I know that was just a suggestion, September 22nd. There is time. So now, let's talk about some of those names on this slide, and that's one reason why you're going to see the value of having a committee who may need to refine this or come up with some other things. The second option, in some communities, believe it or not, has negative connotation. So some of you are going to get a history lesson with learning, because during the time of segregation, many of our black schools were called training schools and learning schools or learning centers. So I can tell you right now, you can take that second one off, but I defer to, this is the reason why I think it's important that we have a committee of people who understand the culture, the context, the significance, and I'm not saying you don't. I appreciate everything you've done, Ms. Ingram. Thank you. But I think it's important because something like that could have had the potential, let's say, you know, the committee internally decided it was going to be a learning campus. That would not have sat well in my community. For me, that's a negative connotation because it goes back to segregation during that time period. You know, scholars, that's nice, but it really needs to be something thoughtful, and that is why I'm advocating for a committee to maybe, this is a good starting point for them. We put them on a timeline, you know, school, guess who would be the chair? Ms. Ingram.
I serve at the pleasure of the board, so we could have this discussion a different time.
And, you know, and we certainly could work to get, you know, a few folks from the community as well as other staff who may, you know, be appropriate, but because it does need to be thoughtful. And you do have time on your side with, you know, and I know we need to rename some attendance zones and that things by the time the building opens, but we need to do it right. And that is why I am proposing a committee of community people led by you and other staff. And, you know, I'm not talking about tens or 20, you know, maybe 5 to 7 people. And then once they generate based on their work, put it out to the community for feedback. But that learning center, folks, that's not going to play well in District 4. I can tell you that. Thank you.
Ms. Melnick?
Mrs. Linetti, when was policy 374, did we work on that during Old Donation School?
It was in place during Old Donation School, and that was what I pointed out, because it was something we changed over, that we don't, our current procedures are, we do not name it after someone. Because sometimes you don't know the history of someone, but the existing buildings could do that. So when we came to Old Donation School, we were trying to make sure people understood that that policy was going to limit you naming it after someone. So that's why you'll see the Ed Brickell Academy at Old Donation School. The
Yeah.
school is not called Ed Brickell, so that, the naming piece was something that was added, but that was before Old
Which,
Donation.
and that never stuck anyway. The Brickell Academy really didn't stick. Has this been amended in any way since then?
Not significantly, no. What we did notice is, we didn't anticipate a campus concept when drafting this, so that, it's not that it doesn't, won't work.
But what
but-
changed from,
The significant change that was added to this policy was the not naming it after someone, which is section, the name of facilities, you weren't going to name after a person anymore. Sorry, you see in section
when
A
did
up
we,
here.
and that was, when did we?
You
when-
have schools that are named after individuals. Now, so somewhere, let's see, the early 2000s, late 90s, we put in the building that we're not going to name it after an individual. Now, you've got the exception at the end of section A that you could, and that's why you still have some buildings that are named after individuals. And you have section C that talks about existing buildings. Now, in this case, the Betty F. Williams Elementary School is still on that campus, so that falls under the existing names. That's not going to be a problem for us. But the big change we'd done originally was we weren't going to have you were not going to be in a position where you were necessarily forced or pushed into having a name after an individual.
But when was this put into place? What year?
I'm going to have to look up the policy, see when the naming section was.
Yeah,
in.
it was last changed in 2017.
2017.
Before that, 2014, 2002, 1993, and 1991.
2017 was the last time that was changed.
Correct.
Okay.
Been a long time.
And that statement existed.
The naming piece was what was added. You didn't
Right,
have-
so in 2017, though, it did state parts or subunits of buildings such as gyms, auditoriums, cafeteria, libraries, classrooms, hallways, laboratories, and any other internal areas of a school board-owned, this is so tiny, leased and/or operated instructional facility. That was already there in 2017?
No, I added that. When we took out the individuals, I added that section.
When did you do that?
I wanted to say it was 2000, was it 17 or? I think
Oh, yeah,
the
that was,
addition,
but that was
17.
2017.
That was the addition.
Okay, all right, that was the addition in 2017. Okay, all right, thank you.
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. I just wanted to support Dr. Green's idea of having a committee. I think that the history of Betty F. Williams is important, and obviously, we do want to preserve that, but allowing the community that Betty F. Williams served to have a voice in this is appropriate in this matter.
Okay. Dr. Green, I want to ask you a couple of questions just to clarify, because when you're saying ad hoc committee, I'm not sure if you mean one with a school board member on it, in which case that would be appropriate for it to be you, or if you're talking about staff convening that committee.
I like the structure of the Jericho Road Committee, which was ad hoc and included 2 school board members at that particular time because it impacted 2 districts. So my request would be for it to be an ad hoc.
Okay. And the only reason I'm asking is because our bylaws, and I'm happy to work with you to create that and set it up in the way that you want to have it set up. I have particular respect for the fact that you represent that district and this impacts your district. But it does say that it has to be proposed by the school board chair and appointed by the school board. And so if we could work together to get that proposal for that ad hoc committee so that the school board can then vote on it, we can bring that forward here in August and get that committee going.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? Okay, so it looks like small updates to policy and PRC, and we'll get that ad hoc committee stuff together to bring to the board, and we'll move forward with honoring Betty F. Williams. Great. We are going to take a break and prepare for our Bridge School Board meeting, which we will begin at 4.
has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying.
Hey, there, you good for the meeting?
Good afternoon. My name is School Board, and I call this meeting to order. The purpose of the abridged meeting is for the school board to address limited matters that cannot be put off until the next regular school board meeting. School board retreats and abridged meetings are not regular meetings and follow the agenda set forth for the meetings or as otherwise adopted by the school board in the retreat or abridged meeting. Members of the public may watch the retreat abridged meeting in person with limited seating. Madam Clerk, would you please announce the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Present in the Plaza Annex Professional Development Center are Chair Brown, Mr. Bowensteel, Mr. Culpepper, Mr. Cummings, Ms. Dwyer, Ms. Felton, Dr. Green, Ms. Melnick, and Ms. Rogers. And attending via Zoom is Vice Chair Weems. And for the record, Ms. Weems, please state the reason why you're attending via Zoom.
Yes, because of medical reasons.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Please join me in the moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. There we go. I was looking around. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we are to the adoption of the abridged meeting agenda. Do I have a motion to approve that agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Cummings, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for the vote to approve the agenda as presented. Please raise your hand.
And Ms. Weems, how do you vote on the approval of the agenda?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion did pass for the approval of the agenda.
Thank you. We are on to the approval of the meeting minutes from the June 23rd regular school board meeting. Are there any modifications to those minutes as presented? Seeing none, I call for a motion to approve the June 23rd, 2026 meeting minutes as presented.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rogers. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for a vote to approve the June 23rd meeting minutes. Please raise your hand.
And Ms. Weems, how do you vote for the approval of the minutes?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion to pass for the approval of the June 23rd meeting minutes.
Thank you. We are now on to the information for the fiscal year 26-27 amended budget update, and we welcome Crystal Pate, Chief Financial Officer.
So good afternoon, Chairwoman Brown, Vice Chairwoman Weems, school board members, and Dr. Robertson. The amendments to the introduced 2026-2028 biennial budget was adopted by the 2026 General Assembly on June 22nd and signed into law by Governor Spanberger on June 29th. We received the final state calculation tool on July 2nd. This evening, I will provide an overview of the additional revenue available to the division, outline the administration's recommended use of those funds, and conclude with timeline for next steps. Our recommendations are designed to support strategic priorities by investing in student safety, strengthening special education services, supporting our employees, and maintaining fiscal stewardship while addressing some of our highest operational needs. The division's proposed amended budget provides approximately $13.9 million in additional revenue. The revenue is comprised of the following: approximately $3.5 million in special education add-on funding, a reduction of approximately $654,000 in basic school aid, approximately $6.3 million for the compensation supplement to support providing an average 4% salary increase for SOQ-funded instructional and support positions, approximately $3.3 million for the infrastructure and operations per pupil allocation, a reduction of approximately $2.3 million in at-risk lottery funding, approximately $2.7 million in at-risk standards of quality program funding, and approximately $1.1 million in sales tax revenue. This additional revenue provides an opportunity to address several priority needs. As with any amended budget, our focus has been on balancing immediate operational requirements with strategic investments that directly benefit students, staff, and schools. The recommendations presented tonight reflect collaboration among division leadership and are intended to maximize the impact of these additional resources while strengthening ongoing operations. Beginning with a balance of $13.9 million, the administration recommends the following investments. First, we recommend moving some security assistant positions from the operating budget to the School Resource Officer, School Security Officer Incentive Grant. These positions were originally budgeted in the operating budget of the CION because the grant had not yet been awarded for the second year. Since we received notification of the grant in May, shifting these positions to the grant results in an operating budget savings of approximately $536,000. The required local match of $310,534 has already been included in the operating budget in anticipation of receiving the grant another year. We also recommend funding the local match of approximately $51,000 for the School Safety Personnel Programming Grant, which was also awarded in May. This grant funds an emergency manager position and represents the first year of funding for this initiative. Next, we recommend increasing our PAYGO funding by $3 million. This investment allows the division to continue addressing critical capital needs without additional borrowing and demonstrates our continued commitment to the CIP program and responsible financial stewardship. We also recommend replacing approximately $3 million in funding previously provided through the All-In Grant for high-impact tutoring and the Virginia Literacy Act. Those grant funds expired on June 30th, and replacing them ensures important instructional supports can continue. To further support employee recruitment, retention, and professional growth, we recommend an additional funding of $214,000 for employee professional development reimbursement, commonly referred to as tuition reimbursement. This investment increases the annual reimbursement maximum from $1,000 to $2,000 and supports tuition, license renewal, advanced certifications, and other professional learning opportunities. We also recommend adjusting the unified pay scale by increasing salary steps for employees with 1 to 14 years of experience from 1% to 1.25% effective February 1st at a cost of $4.8 million. This recommendation reinforces our commitment to attracting and retaining high-quality employees in an increasingly competitive workforce. Additional details regarding this recommendation will be presented by Human Resources and myself during tomorrow's afternoon school board retreat. We recommend transferring positions previously supported through IDEA Title VI-B grant to the local operating budget to ensure these positions remain sustainable. As you may recall, during the presentation of the local special education plan earlier this year, it was shared that 9.5 positions would no longer be supported through the IDEA Title VI-B grant. 4.1 positions were moved to the Title IV grant, and the remaining 5.4 positions now require local operating funds at a cost of approximately $563,000. The remainder of our recommendations focus primarily on strengthening special education services and supporting students with greatest needs. We recommend providing approximately $500,000 to address the increasing cost of private day school placements. Recent changes to the state rate cap passes more cost onto the school division, since the Children's Services Act funding cannot cover costs above the rate cap. Next, we recommend revitalizing the BASE, or the Behavior and Social Emotional Program, through additional staffing and instructional resources at a cost of approximately $561,000. We also recommend establishing an additional STEP classroom, including both personnel and instructional resources, at a cost of approximately $567,000 to meet growing student needs. And STEP is an acronym for Supportive Therapeutic Education Program. To provide greater consistency for students and schools, we recommend converting 20 temporary special education teacher assistant positions to full-time positions at a cost of approximately $931,000. And finally, we recommend providing an additional $291,000 to the special education teacher assistant substitute budget line item to ensure sufficient funding for substitute coverage and maintain continuity of services throughout the school year. Overall, these recommendations prioritize student safety, employee support, instructional quality, and expanded services for students with disabilities while maintaining responsible fiscal management. Following tonight's discussion, the administration will consider additional board direction. An amended budget resolution is scheduled for board action on August 11th. Following school board approval, the amended budget will be presented to City Council during the August-September timeframe as part of the formal budget amendment process. We appreciate the board's continued partnership and guidance through the budget development process. And this concludes the presentation. Thank you for consideration of these recommendations and your continued commitment serving our students, employees, and community. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. I've had staff ask me about the 4% that was all over the media with regard to, an extra 4% for our educators. So is that what this equates to? Like, I'm confused as to what's going on with that.
So when we actually did the CEON in the budget, we already have an average on both scales of over 4%. So we use part of our money, the money that we had already received as of CEON date, to fund that. So what this basically does, when you get that additional money for the SOQ instructional and support positions, it kind of just offsets that, replaces that, and then we can use some of that additional funding for other items that we have.
So what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the governor intended for all educators across this Commonwealth to have a 4% raise, whether or not their district supported that. And because we already did support that 4%, then we're using that extra funding for other things. Is that what
Pretty
you're
much,
saying?
that's correct. So
Okay.
the biennium was passed to have an average of 4% for each year of the biennium. There is language in there that says that if a district, and it is not us, but just to clarify that if a district is unable to do that, then they can receive a prorated amount of that money.
Okay, so the goal was to get every educator in the Commonwealth, at least.
SOQ instructional and support, and I only say that as the language used in the, and because it can be instructional, but there are several other instructional and support positions within our division that are not under SOQ per the state.
Okay, and so that's why I was asking, because people are asking me, the extra 4%, but, and I
It's
said
the-
I wasn't sure what was
It's the
going on,
4%
so that's
that's
why I'm
already in
asking.
there. That was just ensuring that we can all, that
Right.
divisions could provide
And that was the clarity, thank you.
Dr. Green?
Thank you. Mine is just a thank you and a shout out, Dr. Robertson, for continuing to ensure our students' social emotional needs are being met with the funds that are going to be allocated to the revitalization of base, the STEP program, which also helps a lot of our students, as well as our special ed receiving those permanent positions now. So thank you.
Ms. Williams would like to speak also.
Vice Chair Williams?
Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Yes, I too wanted to say that I appreciate your recommendations, and I really appreciate all the recommendations for special education students. But Ms. Pate, would you just clarify the 20 teacher assistants to full-time FTEs? Can you just clarify what exactly that means?
So what that means is we have about, I don't know, we might have even more than 20, but there's at least 20 teacher assistants that are in temporary employment agreements. And so the request was made, and that we're trying to recommend that they be converted to full-time positions within the special education budget.
Okay, that's
And Ms.
excellent.
Weems, if I can add to that.
Yes.
The issue is temporary employment staff are exactly that. And it is very difficult to hold on to those staff members in a temporary employment agreement. However, when we have found we can put those assistants into a full-time position, many of those assistants have then turned into teachers through some of our various programs. So that's what we're requesting.
Yes, I love that. I just recently talked to about 3 or 4, and they just know their stuff. They do a great job. The principals love them in the building, so that's going to be so helpful. I really do appreciate that. Now we just got to figure out a quicker, more feasible way to get them to become full-time teachers, like you said. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Ms. Melnick?
What school will house the new base program?
Still the same place.
At Providence?
No, the base?
No, STEP. I'm sorry.
Providence,
Rosemont
Rosemont Forest
Okay,
would be the step.
perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate all of these recommendations, and of course, I recognize, that these are all priorities, but like my colleague mentioned, I've gotten a lot of questions about the 4% thing, and I believe that I mentioned that last meeting as well, but I had emailed in preparation for this meeting on the 8th, and I don't think I included you on that, so I apologize, but hopefully it got to you.
It did, I think that we received some information, if it's the one request that you made. We just received that today, so we need to look at what Siegel put together with those preliminary numbers. And then we
Okay.
can get that. I have not had a chance to analyze it today at all, so we will need to look at
Okay,
what
so
that
that was
looks like.
something you had to go to Siegel to
We
get?
did, yeah, that's
Okay.
something that we, honestly, Budget has tried one time to try to, it is a very complicated process, and we need to have them run through those preliminary numbers. So we'll take a look at those and probably get something back to you for August, for sure.
Okay, and just so my colleagues are aware, what I asked was how much adding an additional 0.5% for instructional costs for each 0.5%, because, I do think that when people hear that and then they ask us about that budget, I was curious if there was any way to kind of, balance it and have that conversation, so I had asked for that number. But I most certainly do appreciate, these priorities that you guys have recommended, and be sure to communicate that
will.
to the SEAC. I'm sure they'll be very happy to hear about these funds being allocated once we support them. All right. I do not see any other questions. So we are going to move on to our action items. I call for a motion to approve the personnel report and administrative appointments.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Dr. Green. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for the vote to approve the personnel and administrative appointments. Please raise your hand if you are in favor.
And Ms. Weems, how do you vote for the personnel report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion to pass for the approval of the personnel report and administrative appointments.
Thank you. We are now on to the revenue sharing.
Madam
form.
Chair?
Yes.
We do have some
Dr.
appointments
Robertson.
from Dr. Robertson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We are pleased that you've accepted our recommendation for LaToya Gregg, currently an assistant principal in Franklin City Public Schools, to be the next assistant principal at Pembroke Elementary School. We're also pleased that you've accepted our recommendation for Dr. Ursula Hill, currently a principal in Franklin City Public Schools, to be an assistant principal at Luxford Elementary School. At the middle school level, we're pleased you've accepted our recommendation of Catherine Fessel, currently an admin assistant at Plaza Middle School, to be the next assistant principal at Lynn Haven Middle School. And then finally, we're pleased you've accepted our recommendation for Sheena Smith, currently an assistant principal at College Park Elementary School, to be the next assistant principal at Old Donation School. Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to the revenue sharing formula. I call for a motion to approve the revenue sharing formula.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rogers. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Dwyer. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I call, yes? Oh, seeing none, I call for the vote to approve the revenue sharing formula. If you are in favor, please raise your hand.
And Ms. Weems, how do you vote on the revenue sharing formula?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion did pass for the approval of the revenue sharing formula.
Thank you. I will now read us into closed session. I move that the school board recess into closed session in accordance with the exceptions to open meeting law set forth in the Code of Virginia, 2.2-3711, Part A, paragraphs 3, 7, and 8 as amended, to deliberate on the following matters: discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose, or the disposition of a publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. 7, consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in an open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body. For the purposes of this subdivision, probable litigation means litigation that has been specifically threatened or on which the public body or its legal counsel has reasonable basis to believe it will be commenced by or against a known party. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter. 8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by the public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or consulted on a matter, namely to discuss Jericho Road term sheet, status of pending litigation or administrative cases, consultation with legal counsel regarding probable litigation and pending litigation matters. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Melnick. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those that are in favor, please raise your hand.
Okay, so Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes, and the motion did pass to go into closed session.
Thank you.
And we will be meeting in the room across the way where the food was set up.
one's not here tonight, correct?
Whereas the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law, now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. Is there a motion? Moved by Mr. Cummings, seconded by Ms. Dwyer. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for the vote to approve closed session certification. Raise your hand if you're in favor.
Okay, so Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes. The motion did pass for certification of closed session.
Thank you, and we are adjourned.